Good evening and welcome to this special council meeting. We're gathered tonight to receive information that council requested of staff, to ask questions about it, and to hear from the public with their comments and questions, all of which will be captured by staff and made the subject of a subsequent report to council. We have regrets this evening from Councillor O'Meara, whom I will describe as the advance party of council attending FCM at the end of the week. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, there are none showing. Our sole discussion item tonight is the discussion item listed on the agenda, Midtown Oakville Considerations. Our CAO, Jane Closey, is going to give an introduction and set up the information from staff, and then I'll come to council for their questions and comments. This will resemble a public information meeting that we often have that precedes by a couple of months usually a recommendation report on planning applications, where our mission is to compile the list of the remaining issues and concerns that people need answers for or want considered in the drafting of a plan to update the plan and the official plan for Midtown. Madam Closey.
Before we begin tonight's meeting, I did want to update you on some recent news that we received from the province. So on Friday, May 31st, I shared with you the letter we had received from the Ministry of Infrastructure formally notifying the town and the region of Halton that a potential transit-oriented community program is under exploration within this municipality. So the ministry wants to establish key principles for governance and next steps for engagement between the province, the town, and the region on a transit-oriented community program. This is a provincially led program. It's meant to leverage the opportunities for private sector builders to deliver on a vibrant mixed-use community and provide the opportunity for more housing and in particular affordable housing. It also looks to achieve the retail, the public amenities, and other elements that make for a complete community. So the program has been used throughout Toronto, predominantly around subway stations. I think actually only around subway stations. The TOC program is led by Infrastructure Ontario. So they consult with the town, the region, and the community in terms of moving forward with the proposal, but it is led by Infrastructure Ontario. Third-party builders are engaged in the process through the province, so the province will deal with third-party builders. I understand that a successful outcome would be to finalize an appropriate proposal for a particular area that the province would identify, and they'd follow up with any commercial agreements with a particular third-party builder in order to secure any benefits that may come from the site itself. The third-party builders can choose to participate in the process. They can opt out of the process if they feel they're unable to deliver on the proposal itself. So they have a little bit more leeway than the town. The province recognizes in the town and the region that we are critical partners in the delivery of housing, and they look to us to review the proposals and the technical submissions that are coming forward through the discussions. But approval from the town and the region is not required to implement a transit-oriented proposal. So the letter that we received from the ministry does outline an engagement approach that they'll take. It notes that they will engage with municipal and regional staff and officials, the public and local stakeholders. They will engage with the public through public meetings and any other engagement forms that they feel are necessary through the process. So there is a full engagement program that they intend to undertake. Pardon me. They have indicated that following the establishment of a terms of reference and the governance, they will be looking for technical discussions and public engagements that are expected to happen in August of 2024, so this summer. We are looking forward to working with the province on the TOC program. I know that this community has shared many ideas on Midtown. Well, I should note that the letter itself does not identify Midtown as a particular area. It speaks generally throughout Oakville, but they have indicated that there is interest in Midtown on particular sites, and we'll get more detail as we move forward. So we are looking forward to participating in that program. The community has certainly brought forward many ideas on how the area should develop, and we'd certainly like to provide those ideas and those concepts to the province through those discussions. So as I said, the ministry wants to establish key principles in governance. They have identified meetings to occur over the next few weeks. And so given these discussions are happening, we are at this point in time really just looking into what TOCs are, other examples, what the process has been, so that we can provide a better understanding to council. So I would recommend that council give us authorization to engage in the process with Infrastructure Ontario and regarding the transit-oriented community program, and for us to report back as soon as we have further information on the program. Mayor Burton, that concludes my update.
Thank you. Did you want to proceed to Director Charles, or would you like to have questions and discussion of this news now?
I'm actually at your disposal from that. Director Charles does have a brief presentation on the report that's in front of you tonight, which perhaps it may be best to go to him, and then we have questions at the end.
Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I would like to ask a couple TOC questions if I could. Thank you. In terms of, so thank you for that information. They talk about a confidentiality agreement being signed between the municipality and the province and the stakeholder. Who will be privy to that information?
I haven't seen the confidentiality agreement at this point in time. My assumption is that council would be privy to the information that as part of that, but until we see the document, I can't really answer that in full.
Okay. And would we be signing it on behalf of the town? So in other words, would town council have access to that confidential information, or will it be specifically with the working group?
Again, until I see that agreement, I really can't answer that. I think that's the purpose of the report back. They've asked for a meeting the week of June 10th and then the week of June 24th to have some kickoff meetings. So I'm hoping to have some information back to you as quickly as possible.
Okay. I think it would be helpful for us to know what level of information we're going to be privy to, and who within the staff and council are privy to that information. So I'd appreciate if that's in the report. Is there a role for our consultants in this process?
Well, the request from the letter is that we provide a review and technical information to it. So yes, I would think our consultants, there would be a role for them, because they would have technical information that would be important, I think, for the discussion.
Okay. And in terms of the public's views, so you've referenced that they have their own engagement process, their protocols. I think probably what's racing through the minds of people who are have been so committed to this process is how can we help them understand that we will vigorously represent their views and help that their views are heard by TOC?
We have several reports, several delegations that have had a bunch of material that's been submitted throughout the committee of the whole process. So I think all of that information is going to be essential to pass on to the province, to explain it to them and walk them through the discussions that we've had with the community throughout this program.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam CAO, will you be able to make public the letter that you received?
Yes, we were putting the letter up on the website under the Midtown area on the website so that people could see the letter itself.
And just out of curiosity, as I understand things, we're going to need to continue to work on our official plan amendment for whatever part of Midtown is not of interest to the province. And so to the degree that they're asking us to help, to work on the TOC with them. I think the natural question is, will they pay us?
There is actually some reference to that in the letter, so we'll have to see what the extent of that is.
All right, thank you. Councillor Giddings.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I echo your question about the official, the OPA. You mentioned that you'll be able to get back to us on that in terms of they're going to be running concurrently. The public information meetings start in August. You'll be looking for feedback, I understand?
The TOC program will be looking for feedback from the public in August. And you're correct. The TOC program will only cover areas within Midtown where there is an interest from a third-party builder. So it would not cover all of Midtown. So the importance of continuing to work through on our Midtown Official Plan Amendment, which covers the whole area, is equally as important. So we need to move forward on both those.
If the stars aligned, would we get to the end of the process at the same time for both of those, or could it be months and months apart between the TOC and the OPA?
I don't feel that I could answer that with any certainty tonight, because I do think we need to understand the process and other processes that have happened with TOCs. As I heard earlier, some of those can take well over a year. So whether or not those two things come together, I'm not sure. And I think we're looking for council's feedback tonight on the report to really understand what are our next steps and how we move forward with the official plan amendment. So on both those fronts, I don't have certainty, so I really can't address that question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam CAO, strategically, wouldn't it be important or valuable for us to finish our OP amendment work before the TOC people have finalized their plan? I mean, in my mind, it's a question of, do we want to influence them or be influenced by them? And to finish our work before they finish theirs gives us a better chance to be the influencer rather than the influenced. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. A larger context for how we see all of Midtown developing gives us the ability to see how the particular sites that they're looking at actually fit within that larger context. So that would be of benefit to have that overall context finished.
Okay, thank you. Council, the CIO has asked for authorization to engage in discussions with IO. Councillor Chisholm, are you moving that? Thank you. We need a seconder for that. Councillor Knoll, thank you. Any objection? There being none, that carries. Thank you, everybody. We turn now to Director Gabe Charles, Planning Director Gabe Charles. He has a brief presentation summarizing the report that staff provided in response to Council's direction, or perhaps I should say petition. After he's finished, it's my intention, just to repeat myself, it's my belief that what we need to do is identify the issues and concerns for staff to carry forward and report back on. Mr. Charles, you have everybody's attention, I imagine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. What I wanted to introduce for Council with the staff report before you this evening is really in response to Council's request to examine an alternative concept for Midtown. The concept, which Council will find in Appendix B to the staff report, is simply that. It is just a concept. It was created with the parameters that were listed in the Council petition. And in the time we had, we undertook what was effectively a mathematical exercise, I'd call it, to see how a cap on people and jobs in Midtown would result. Yes, I fully acknowledge that the result pretty much looks like Midtown got a crew cut. And that was really to try to understand what would happen with a cap of 35,000 people and jobs. And if we include with that a tower separation of 35 meters, was the result that you see in the appendix. It is just simply a concept. We haven't done any further analysis on that concept at this point. It's not a land use plan. It doesn't constitute a schedule for the official plan. To get to that level will require some more work by staff and the consulting team to really understand what does it mean for Midtown, but also to the town generally. With this concept, we are happy to receive council's and the public's response, your feedback, and we'll take that information and be able to respond to council at a later date. And we will attempt this evening to answer council and the public's questions. Staff are available here. However, there are some items which we just may not have answers to as of yet, but we will take that back and we will work through additional analysis as necessary to be able to provide you with that report later on. And Mr. Mayor, with those remarks, I can turn it back to you.
Thank you, Council. Have you questions? Councillor Adams?
Thanks very much. So I take it then that you're looking for, at this point, questions that we could put in as issues to come back at the future date.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. So there's one question that comes out strongly for me, and that's whether there can be a plan that would result in the lower heights and densities in Midtown without increasing the amount or the rate of growth that would be expected to be accommodated in other parts of Oakville, and at the same time, whether it would, with those changes, whether they would negatively impact our finances.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we'll take that back as well to understand what those implications would be on a broader scale.
Okay, because I'm fairly certain that if I were to ask my residents, they would not appreciate having extra density added to their areas as a result. So, thanks very much.
Councillor Lischina?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to staff for the report. With higher density and taller buildings and projects across Canada not proceeding as developers had intended, obviously the market conditions are different than they were a year ago, even a couple of years ago. So I'm wondering if the heights and densities that we have in Midtown would achieve the population and job numbers, considering the change in the market conditions. I mean, right now there's a number of projects that aren't going ahead because of these issues. So would we need a market feasibility study to determine and to support the draft plan with these assumptions for the numbers of jobs and people?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, excellent question, Councillor. That's one of those things that we would need to look at a little bit more. What we've seen over the last few decades is the peaks and valleys of the development cycle. That corresponds to interest rates and different development pressures and immigration and the availability of skilled trades, et cetera. So there's quite a number of things which are influencing the cycle at this point, we'd say. So that's certainly something that we can take back and provide a little bit more insight to councils in terms of what that could mean in the long term.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar?
Thank you. Through Mayor Burton. Thanks for the update, Gabe. Gabe, when I look at what we asked for, there's a lot of information that hasn't come forward to us yet, correct? That what we sent in the last motion, what the mayor read out a few weeks ago?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's still a number of things which we're not at the specific stage yet to be able to answer that. Some of that may show up in policy, some of it may require other initiatives to take form first before we're able to really drill down and be able to present, I'd say, some definitive response to some of those pieces. So there's still further work that would need to happen.
So like from my point of view, when I look at it, we need a more detailed concept plan at this point, I would think still. We need, and also the visual diversity of the buildings and everything, like if staff could give us that also, so not only council, but the general public would know what to expect, it would be great. And, you know, specifically right around the GO train also, try to be more specific. And, you know, whatever human scale development is, I think I know what it isn't in my mind anyway, but, and the connections between the different districts as you've got the precincts, as you've got them set up. Because I note that the Ontario Municipal Board in November 2023 they had a decision on the Appleby GO train station. And when I read that, and I don't know if you've had it or not, but it maxes out at 34 stories, sorry, yeah, 34 stories. and it had various heights too, and along Fairview, it could only be so many stories high, and they got community benefits out of it. And that was a negotiated settlement at the Ontario Land Tribunal between the developer and Burlington itself with the hired planner they had. So like, will we be using this as a case also to help us understand, so people can understand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what this concept what it is trying to achieve is when we pull down the people and jobs, what is the result in terms of the GFA? The easiest way to illustrate that GFA was to just plot it out within the area using the land use schedule that we'd had previously. There was a number of things that we'd heard from council that was appreciated, we'll say, in the previous OPA, which illustrated things like the park network, the road network, et cetera. So we tried to keep that same structure and then apply the GFA to this concept. That was the parameters that we worked within. If it is further direction from council to then work with that concept, evolve it some more, look at varying heights, building heights, look at how it would respond in the different precincts, how we would look at different the land use composition, et cetera, we can obviously take that back and we can continue to work through that concept and see what we can do to refine it.
Okay, that sounds like a bit of work, but I think it's what's required. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate what you can do for us then, because I think they got us a GFI of what, 6 to 1 or something in Burlington is what they came up with for the 3 properties on Oval Court. So, and do you have that case number to look at also?
If I remember correctly, through you, Mr. Mayor, is that Brandhaven?
It is.
I think
It is. It's the Brandhaven, exactly, 735 and 720 and 740. Okay, I appreciate that. Now, just one other thing. When it comes now to our planning, where the numbers, what are the numbers? So council has approved, through the region, and the province has approved, is it 349,990 people by 2051?
That's what's in OPA 49.
That's what's,
Or,
that.
sorry, ROPA 49.
And according to the new planning statement, which is going for within a couple of weeks, apparently, third reading, they spell out in that municipalities may continue to forecast growth using population and employment forecasts previously issued by the province for the purpose of land use planning. So how does that work where we had, well, we haven't approved, council hasn't approved, but 444,000 by 2051, and what the province is saying under section 2.1.1 of the new provincial planning statement, if that passes in the next few weeks.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, the minimum population that we know for Oakville, based on ROPA 49, was the 349,000. The joint best plan estimates work that we did in partnership with the region and the other local municipalities was to understand, based on the trajectory of growth that we have currently, based on all the inputs that we have in terms of including a housing pledge as well, which was not included in ROPA 49, what was the effect that we would have in terms of our planned forecast. So that didn't mean it was additional growth that Oakville would be seeing. It was accelerated growth. So that might mean rather than hitting numbers in, say, 2061 or 2071, we're pulling that forward. It's just the arc of that graph gets a lot steeper when you have that type of accelerated growth. That's what we are accounting for, and that's what we're planning for, because that's how we need to plan for our infrastructure. Because if we know that population is coming within a certain amount of time, it's better to have a plan for that. That was, in effect, what we were doing, knowing full well that the 349 was the absolute minimum that we had to plan for. So we're accounting for what we're seeing as a forecast, but we're knowing that our minimum number is at that 350,000 people.
So in the new planning statement, under section 2.1.3, they say it also revises the time horizon for meeting the projected needs from a 25-year period to a period of at least 20 years, but not more than 30 years. So that doesn't fit with the 444 doesn't fit with what they're coming out with now then.
To 2051 is 27 years from now, so it falls within that ballpark.
Right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So it fits within that framework of what that amount would work towards. Are we going to be hitting 442,000 exactly on January 1st, 2051? Unlikely. What it means is that that is a number that, based on all of our inputs and the trajectory of growth that we're seeing, it's around 2051 is when we would be seeing that occur within Oakville. So that's the plan that we're working towards. That is the number that we forecasted for. So all of the input, the hard infrastructure, et cetera, the soft infrastructure, the schools, the parkland, et cetera, we're trying to ensure that that is accounted for in that accelerated growth. If that goes past 2051, then what it means is that we've planning for infrastructure, just the infrastructure may be showing up in sequence with when that population shows up. So we're accounting for that 350,000 people because that's the minimum we have to plan for, but we're acknowledging that there is a forecast that goes well beyond that 350,000.
Okay, but that's not exactly what the new provincial planning statement is saying. They're saying you can use what the province has approved, and you don't have to go more than, you can't go more than 30 years out. Of course, anyway, I appreciate the answers, and I'll pass. I'm done for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. I might, prompted by you, request staff to add to the issues list. What are the implications for Midtown numbers of residents and jobs that might come from Ontario's changes, such as we see in Bills 162 and 185 and the forthcoming PPS? And I'll turn to Councillor Duddick.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Sort of building on what Councillor Elgar had raised, I guess for some of us who sit at the regional table, having seen most recently when we were discussing the MOUs for the change that's forthcoming, where the region will not be involved from a planning perspective with us. Time and time again, the reports kept saying that the GPE for Oakville was 349. And then we'd see 444 here. And when we asked the region, what was the number? And they said, that's not the number we provided, that's the number the town used. Now, you did reference you worked with the region, but why the discrepancy between the region's number and your number? And if I could, what number was provided to Urban Strategies when they devised their plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in working with Halton Region, we start with the land needs assessment model, which is Hampson Consulting's model. So that model has a methodology which I can't pretend to fully grasp, which distributes that population throughout the region as a whole, both to Greenfield as well as to within the built boundary. The exercise that the town undertook and what we provided to Halton Region was to say, here are the applications that we see currently within our pipeline, and the population that was generated through those development applications had already exceeded what the land needs assessment had allocated to Oakville. So the task was to illustrate to the region where there was existing population coming, what we saw in terms of existing development applications, and absolutely the proportion of what was in the development applications was already counted for in the model, but there was even more that we were seeing. The other thing that we had to inform the region on was the housing pledge. So that, by accounting for that number as well and including that within the mix, that was what we were able to feed into the region. The update that they had made also accounted for the new population figures which we had received through the 2021 census as well. So there was all of these factors which we had provided into the region. They run it through their model and then it comes back. There's a lot of back and forth that we have to go through with the region because of the way that they break up the municipality in terms of these smaller geographical units. For example, they may have 12 units on Cornwall Park. So we have to say, well, we're not going to be putting 12 units on Cornwall Park. We have to move those 12 units somewhere else. So that exercise is iterative as we work through it with them. that was how we got to the 442 and looking at the that number. Coincidentally, as we've been working through our growth tracking model as well, that looks to be fairly close or in sync with what the forecasting is also looking like. In terms of the numbers that we provided to Urban Strategies, it was pulled right out of the JBPE. So that was the 32,000 and the 32,000 jobs, or people and 17,000 jobs. That's what was fed into Urban Strategies.
Okay, just sort of building on what Councillor Adams had referenced earlier about the fact that some of the residents in his ward would not be in favor of additional population in that respective ward. Will there be some sort of breakdown why the increase is all being put in one ward versus dispersed across the town?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly provide more detail to how the population was distributed throughout the municipality. A little bit of that is seen in the appendix to the staff report, and it's also found, Council may recall, in the August 1523 staff report when we presented the JBPEs. It illustrated some of that distribution throughout the strategic growth areas as well as the established areas.
Okay, because when I was looking at page 5 and looking at that table that you provided, there's quite a broad range in terms of not only the amount of land that's being studied, but what actually can be developed. And then the numbers that are affixed to that are considerable as well. So I'd really appreciate, and I guess that's what we have to explain or justify, is why all this increase has to be put in one ward versus Oakville as a community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Charles, my rough back of the envelope math is that the increase from 349.9 to 442 is around 90, 92, 93,000 people and jobs. Is all 93,000, is all of that increase going to one ward, i.e. to Midtown? Or is it in your material distributed throughout the growth corridors and growth nodes of the town?
Mr. Mayor, the exercise that we undertook throughout 2023 as we worked through the JPPs was really to understand how the distribution was going to work, accounting for the requirement that's in the growth plan to allocate a certain amount of population to the built boundary and the balance to Greenfield. And throughout both of those areas where we have our strategic growth areas, how are we going to ensure that there's sufficient population in those areas? Because that's really those areas which are commensurate with transit delivery and planned infrastructure. So that includes the entirety of the Trafalgar corridor, certainly more so north of Dundas. It also, the recent work that we're doing with the Niagara Urban Core is to update the population numbers for Niagara Urban Core as well. We've expanded that boundary a little bit. Council may recall when you saw that a year or so ago. Trying to make sure that we have the right amount of population there. The same exercise was undertaken through Palermo as well. So it's trying to ensure that there is a balance to where the population is going and knowing that we'll be able to service that also with transit.
All right, well then I would ask that you add to your issues list a detailed explanation of where the 93,000 approximate increase was distributed so that we can prevent any misunderstanding that it was all going to one ward. And with that, I'll turn to Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Worship. And first of all, I want to thank you for that note, because I was going to respond to that comment. The Northern, particularly 4, 5, and 6, have taken a substantial amount of growth, and there's a lot more already allocated and earmarked for those areas. So the counting at this point, I think, would be a great idea. I do have an issue to add to the list. Excuse me. Frog in my throat. I have an issue to add to the list, and I've noted this in the past, and that is with respect to the retail, but in reviewing the materials, there's a significant reliance on non-residential space in the plans, and I'm curious as to whether or not we've had any sort of significant analysis, and if not, we should have probably undertake that in light of the fact that there's been a dramatic change in office usage and accommodations. I mean, right now, I just read a newspaper article this morning that the federal government's even considering converting unused government space into residential units. So Is this non-residential usage that's being contemplated, is it adequate or appropriate in light of the current changes? And that goes for the, so I'm talking about office and commercial as well as retail. If we could have some analysis and full understanding of what that looks like today.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly undertake that exercise. The one thing I would note for council is when the region's plan ROPA 49 was approved by the minister, it included a population job split for Midtown, which was 65-35, for example. So that 35% equals 17,000-ish jobs in Midtown. You're quite right. It's not all going to be office. So the way we had perhaps anticipated pre-pandemic. So that then means what is the effect on the retail, the service, commercial, et cetera, the population-related employment, we'd say. How does that all balance out? There's also the component of those who work from home. Is that considered a resident or is that considered a job? So there's other things like that we need to work through. The one benefit is we do have Watson economists on the team, and there's further discussions that we know we have to have with them for how do we ensure that we're still maintaining the policy construct that the region has given us with the realities of what the market's showing us.
That's great. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Charles, could we add a dimension to that, which is there a role being played in the Midtown draft where to achieve the bounty of commercial and office space, is residential being increased in order to, is residential higher in order to incent that office commercial space? Is that something staff could look at?
We will look at that.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Nanda.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. I just had a question on market trends. And earlier, Councillor Lischina, she was asking about market feasibility again. I'm trying to kind of understand how we're correlating the market trends. If I look at the trend right now and look specifically in my ward and what we've seen through immigration, and I pointed this out in the past as well, that we're seeing a lot of multi-generational families come. And from what I see in terms of the market trend, they're still looking at homes that are 3,000, 4,000 square feet. So I'm trying to understand how we're looking at building more densely and looking at building 600 square foot units when we're still seeing a trend of a lot of immigration where people are coming and they're looking at 3,000, 4,000 square foot homes, but we're not putting that anywhere in our plans. So how are we planning for, who are we actually planning for? That's what I'm wondering. Like, who's coming now that is gonna want 600 square foot units as opposed to these homes that we're seeing that are having fast turnarounds? Like, people are buying and selling so quickly, and if you put your house on sale tomorrow, it will sell, you know? So I'm just wondering what kind of market we're looking at, and I know we'll get that through the feasibility study, but right now, trying to plan for Midtown, what are we looking at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the one thing that we're trying to account for within all of our strategic growth areas is that full housing continuum, we'll say. So being able to have not just the single detached grade related dwellings, but also those which might be smaller dwellings and probably apartment, whether they're rental or condominium, regardless. Noting that even at a condominium or rental apartment, those could vary in sizes. There could be multi-bedroom as well. Some recent information that we received from Barry Line Consulting was some of the smaller apartment style developments, you are getting more multi-bedrooms, which is good news for those who want to ensure that we have more family sized units. So there's a range, we'll say, of housing types. And when you're in a strategic growth area, noting that there's a certain density we need to be able to accommodate, that would be lending itself more towards an apartment form versus a more grade-related form. There's ways in which we can integrate the more grade-related into apartment. So by having at-grade townhouses within the podium or things like that, there's ways in which we can have, even within an SGA, a range of housing types. But when we take a step back and we look at the municipality as a whole, we want to ensure that there is that broad spectrum for all housing types within all affordability levels, and which would address all the demographic levels as well. We're trying to ensure that we have that range.
So in the, I know there was an original OP for Midtown, what, 10 years ago or something, 2014? There was an original one, right? So I'm not as familiar with that plan. I haven't fully looked into it. But in that plan, was there more housing within that plan, like single detached or townhomes in that original plan that was there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not for Midtown.
So it was always more dense and more,
It was always anticipated to be apartment-style residential. There was certainly a larger proportion for office was expected in Midtown, being or given its proximity to the QEW. But what we've seen through the work that we did through the region and what they had approved, they adjusted that balance a little bit. So it's about 65% residents, 35% jobs. So, and yes, it was all anticipated to be an apartment style.
so, and we're changing from that now, like, we're gonna make a change in the OPA for now. So do you foresee in the next 5 to 10 years, we're gonna have to redo the whole plan again?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we initiated our 5-year review actually in 2014, and as sad as it seems, we haven't been able to catch up to the changes in legislation, which does require us to update our plan every 5 years. So we are in the midst of doing that right now and doing the other growth area reviews as is Midtown, and so we will need to update it yet again. And that is the benefit to constantly being able to look at our policies and are we going in the right direction? Are we addressing the needs of the community, of the market? Have we are we ensuring that we're meeting the requirements of the province in terms of their evolving policy structure as well? So that's the purpose of doing those continuous updates over time to make sure that the policies are current. That's the reason why we're doing this one for Midtown right now, is because, as you say, it's about 15 years old now.
Thank you. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Councillor Nanda. Councillor Lischina.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think as we go through all of this, we're all keeping in mind the taxes that our residents are paying, and I'm just wondering if there should be a financial impact on town finances study to deal with the potential risk of scaling infrastructure to a level that may be below the population and job numbers that could be expected to materialize over time. So I would like to see something in that realm. And just my last question, we've been talking about the CPPS, and I'm just, I'm wondering what the range or the base of the permitted heights and densities or the optional classes of heights and densities is required in order for the CPPS to achieve the community benefits of that actual tool. So if that could be put on the list, that'd be great.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Lischina, for bringing that up as well. In terms of the market feasibility study, I've copied, I think, most of the comments from our council colleagues. Is there one in terms of, under the TOC policy, it talks about increasing affordable housing in community centers and reduce congestion and types of housing. Would that be rentals as well as 1, 2, 3 bedroom units? I'm just wondering what their definition or what their understanding may be of that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's a great question that we can take back and we can have that conversation with the ministry.
All right. The other part of feasibility, I don't know whether it's possible. Do they track low-rise, high-rise, mid-rise, gentle density, you know, whatever those definitions may be? Would they track that and be able to provide historical sales data or current sales data in terms of what's in demand for couples starting out, from couples retiring, the different ages and stages that this may be attractive to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, another great question that we'll certainly take back.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Giddings. Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Thank you very much. I wanted to just clarify a couple points. One is there's a comment about the ability to identify or put inclusionary zoning in, and that there's a delay then in being able to do that. Could you include in your report back on Bill 185 the new rules that apply, or the new opportunity municipalities have in regards to establishing what would be affordable in each of the areas? I believe Bill 185 gives the municipality some additional opportunity to address affordable housing. So I'd like that to be included in what comes back. I also wanted to understand just a little bit about, I appreciate all the ones that have come forward already. I think what I was hearing from Councillor Duddeck was not necessarily all of that population going into one ward, but rather the distribution of that population and more clarity around why the net developable areas aren't in the chart that was in the report. I think it tells a very clear story of not achieving the balance, because it shows, I mean, the numbers aren't going to lie, that the gross at the town's number of 50,000 is 490, and at net it's 1,174, and nobody comes within. I mean, you'd have to multiply it by more than 3 to hit the Midtown number. So if we could have a greater analysis of the potential to not put it in any one area, but rather how the distribution could have minimal impact, because it's not a big number, to moving that population slightly. Because there's an inference in the report that there's an infrastructure impact, and I think we owe the public a deeper understanding of where's that coming from when the numbers are not astronomical if they are spread appropriately. My other comments are just around, I agree with Councillor Lischina that we need to understand about the infrastructure and having it at the right level. I would look at it the other way as well. Are we scaling up to a higher level than what we could actually collect in DCs if that population doesn't materialize? So as it was asked of me of a resident who also actually happens to develop properties, could we get the incremental population growth on the infrastructure costs? And if the region could help us with us, that might be beneficial for us. And the rest of my questions I'm going to hold back because I believe that our residents have a lot to say and a lot for us to learn from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We will hear all of the residents, but if you hold your questions back from staff, they'll have to read your mind to answer them.
Oh, I think you know me well enough. I'll be back.
Yes, I imagine you will. Councillor McNeice.
Thank you. Through your worship. In addition to Councillor Lischina asking about sort of a base case and some of the ranges for CPPS, Community Planning Permit System, I'm noticing Burlington's bringing forward their MTSA plans next week, which appear to be shaping up quite nicely using the CPPS system. So in addition to Councillor Lischina's request, could we explore accelerating our work plan there? I know we've given ourselves a year to look into it and implement it, but I have to admit the comprehensiveness of their package that they're proposing next week for their MTSAs is coming together nicely. So could we look at, I don't know, a 6-month timeline or something to that effect? So I'll leave that with you on the issues list. Additionally, I don't think it's come up, but Burlington's case is, as well, they've brought in an economist to look at various aspects of, market absorption rate of some of these high-rise developments, understanding the market conditions a little bit better. They've also looked at using some of the planning tools and what that could mean from a sort of financial market analysis perspective. So they use Barry Lyon Consulting there. So if we could consider understanding the market a little bit better, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNeice. Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Your Worship. Back to the TOCs. Can we also put in the report a clarity of what that process is? I understand we still have a lot of unanswered questions that were being asked of council tonight. However, if we get the detail, can we ensure that the public has that information and its clarity and understanding it, and to keep it at a basic level where everybody understands what the process is? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Mr. Charles, I have two other small issues to nominate for the list. Is there good evidence to support achieving the jobs numbers with so many of them being based in a podium construction style? And is there a better way, or is a way that would give us stronger confidence in reaching the jobs numbers? And finally, in tonight's report, given staff comments that a ceiling of 35,000 people in jobs may not be approved by Ontario, then I think council would appreciate getting a pair of reports from planning and legal as to what might be approvable. Okay. With that, we seem to have exhausted ourselves, or at least our ability to lodge questions for now. And I asked the clerk to call our registered delegations.
First delegation is Mateus De Silva.
Mr. De Silva, welcome. Council looks forward to hearing from you.
Hello, good night, Council. If I could pretty please get the overhead camera. And while that's being set up, and it is, before I begin my delegation, I'd just like to make a couple comments on what has been said tonight. I agree. The population growth is pretty centered and focused in one location within the town. Perhaps we could apply some sort of town-wide development change or zoning change, or even in areas of interest, allow for small apartment buildings. I think that would be a good idea. Also, another comment quickly. Why single-family homes selling so much? I think it's a very interesting activity to double check how much space that we give to single-family homes versus multifamily homes. Anyway, I'll skip all the introductions. Applying a cap to Midtown of 35,000 people would limit the potential of some of the most well-connected and valuable land in the GTHA. However, increasing the heights to above 30 stories would disrupt the character of the town we love so dearly. How can we keep towers around 30 stories or less while still making sure we reach that 50,000 jobs in people goal? Guess what? There's a way for us to do it. And we can do all of that while having minimal impact on traffic congestion, as well as maintaining Oakville's character as a small suburban town. Firstly, it is important for us to achieve that why is it important for us to achieve that 50,000 goal? Well, we have, like staff has said, growth and development goals that we must achieve within a given time period to healthily and organically accommodate the growth in population that is expected for the region. Considering that we are rapidly running out of space to building new homes, schools, and services, it is only natural that we would take an undeveloped area like Oakville Go and build as much as we can. Limiting to 35,000 people, we would still have 15,000 people that we would have to put somewhere. And it would most definitely have to be located at our existing neighborhoods. With that being said, we have the opportunity to place all of this growth and development within this underdevelopment area, which would result in no impact whatsoever to any of our existing communities and neighborhoods. This is why it is so important for us to make sure that we aim for that 50,000 people and jobs within Midtown. First, I propose that we make all streets and roads within Midtown to be of human scale by having intimate, narrow streets with wide sidewalks, as much greenery and trees as possible, as well as a variety of housing and store options. By aggressively narrowing all of the streets and roads, we just made space for a variety of new housing opportunities within Midtown for families, couples, students, the elderly, and more. This housing that is closer to the street could be composed of small apartments, multiplexes, co-ops with shops at street level, while the towers are kept further away, minimizing shadow and visual impacts. Allowing for smaller, more compact, and simpler buildings, in addition to the existing towers, would also allow for local developers to contribute to Midtown. But how would this end up looking like? Well, we don't need to look too far, because we look at downtown Oakville, one of my absolute favorite places in the town to just watch the world go by. This is exactly what it is, a compact, people-centric place. If we make all roads and streets within Midtown to look like this, oh, I love this picture so much, we can reach the 50,000 goal, right? And even if we look at our neighbors, Burlington has also a very good example of people-centric streets that are compact and fit a variety of housing and store options. I like this picture a lot as well, right? Now, oops, my apologies. By adding classic downtown Oakville feel to all of Midtown streets, we not only would allow for a more Oakville feeling Midtown, but it would also enable us to reach that 50,000 target without growing upwards. And who does not want more of what we already love about Oakville? This would also enable us to embed development within our green spaces, resulting in better land use. Imagine all the shops and apartments you would expect from downtown, but in the middle of a park. There's this very good example of Sydney, and oh my God, having a coffee here must be something else. The middle of town, especially living here. Again, a small town feeling. We still have apartments and we still have shops, jobs, and cafes. Now, let's call this style of development downtown Oakville development, DOD. How can it be applied to the existing plans? If we looked at the existing Midtown plans, we can see that we only have towers, and I personally don't like towers. I would much rather be in a place that resembles Oakville, right? And we have plenty of road space as well as green space that we can embed DOD within. And that by itself will most definitely skyrocket our density over that 50,000 target without ruining the character of our town. Now, fulfilling this would require us to change a couple of things, like eliminating parking minimums and setbacks and other restrictions within Midtown. But guess what? These changes would also largely benefit small and local businesses by giving them more opportunities. A pop-and-mom cafe might not afford a big lot at Trafalgar and Dundas, but they could very well afford 2 to 3 small lots within Midtown. Again, it's all about that wonderful, small, quiet town atmosphere, but just more of it. I personally love that. Okay, but what about traffic congestion? We can cut our streets and roads down to a fraction of what they were before, but it would be a nightmare, right? Well, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that. But guess what? There's the concept of induced demand, which basically means that by building larger and faster and more convenient roads, we naturally encourage through traffic as well as other car trips that would not have existed otherwise. Why would I walk 10 minutes to the grocery store when I could have driven there in 5? By dashing Midtown with all these wide roads, we're not only severely cutting down our already limited space, that could be used for housing, shops, and more areas like downtown Oakville, we're also innately encouraging more car trips, not only within Midtown, but also Oakville in general. This is especially catastrophic when you consider that it's 50,000 people. Could you imagine Trafalgar with 50,000 extra cars down it? Kind of a nightmare. By aggressively narrowing streets within Midtown, we're not only creating more of the areas that we already love about Oakville, we're not only allowing for more housing, shops, and small businesses, we're also creating more livable and human-scaled environments. But now we're also alleviating traffic. That's great. Even if someone lives, even if someone that is in Midtown that works in Mississauga drives there, they could very well take all of their other trips by walking. Or, we could theoretically stick to the tall towers and wide roads, and we would end up looking with a place that I don't necessarily like very much, and I don't want to see Oakville become. Mississauga City Center, everybody. There we go. No shade. Mississauga is just, I don't like it very much. This doesn't scream Oakville to me. Now, taking all the points that I have brought up, there's still a missing key to making Midtown live to its full potential. I don't want to see another half-finished project. I don't want to see another Midtown. I don't want to see another Uptown. I don't want to see another city center, right? We need to stick to this vision of a livable environment with greenery, sustainable modes of transportation, narrow, intimate streets, safe infrastructure, as well as a diverse range of housing and amenities. But it is absolutely crucial that we have schools, that we have clinics, that we have amenities within Midtown from day one. And it is up to you, council and mayor, to make sure that that happens, because thousands of families are going to be moving there, and those things are crucial for living. But guess what? We're not the first ones to have come across this dilemma. There's thousands of examples around the world of underdeveloped train stations that have been revitalized. And I would like to present everybody with Amsterdam's Out, a very similar development to Midtown by an underdeveloped train station area, and I want you to spot the difference. So first of all, the look from above is quite similar. We still have a couple of towers, and we still have a couple of major roads, but these towers are a lot closer together than you think, and the secret is in the streets. Because once we look a little closer, we can see that the streets are human scaled, they're human sized. They have a high emphasis on small shops and greenery. If we look even closer, what screams more small town than this? I love this picture as well, right? And this is still within Amsterdam's Out. Look at that. This reminds me of downtown Oakville. So what is stopping us from having something like this in Midtown? Because if we make a quick comparison here, Mr. Focus, hello. Comparison. There you go. This is how it started. Lots of empty space and lots of wide roads. And this is how it could look like. Compact, greenery, small towers, and still a variety of housing and the density that we need to achieve that 50,000 goal. Now, I'll take a few seconds here. By applying these changes, by having lower but more abundant towers that are closer together, narrow and intimate street, small shops and businesses, we can not only blow that 50,000 people target
Mr. De Silva,
out of the water.
could you bring your presentation to an end?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I was just the last sentence, I'm sorry. We can also build upon what we already love about our town. Please, council and staff, aim for that 50,000 target, but at the same time, make sure that Midtown is something that Oakville can be forever proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Silva. We appreciate the time you took to bring that to us. Madam Councilor Hazlet-Deal.
I just wanted to say thank you for getting out of the box. Thank you for showing us some interesting pictures. I still would say to you that I think that number you're projecting is too high and too much. But what I really appreciate is that you got out of the box and showed us some things that I think most of the people that have been following this would say, let's find a way to do it.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. I need to caution the audience. Our procedure bylaw says that we want every speaker to be given respect, and that means not booing, not applauding, and trying to be neutral and just receive the information, enjoy it, but not make a demonstration. And we have gotten into some bad places this year by failing to follow those rules of decorum that are generations old in our procedure bylaw. So they have heritage status, if you will. There is Oakville as you get. So I would ask you to please observe them. Councillor McNeice and then Councillor Giddings have questions for you, Mr. De Silva.
Through your worship, thank you for the presentation, and I agree the visuals are really helpful. If for Councillor Elgar, if we could share that presentation, I think that would be helpful. What is, in your opinion, what is more important, getting that scale right that you depicted in your pictures, or, I mean, I think it's really hard to say, is that 50,000 or is that 35,000 or is it 65,000? What do you think is more important, getting that human-centered scale? I think another thing you proposed is thinking about integrating the park, street, and building front, because that's really what makes that kind of come alive. Might be something we can think about, but you know, and I think the OMG group and some others have kind of made us aware that density comes in different shapes and sizes. You can look at Montreal and throughout Europe and stuff like that. So do you think, you know, what you proposed of a variation of size, scales, and integration is most important, or hitting a certain number?
Well, absolutely. I think that the integration is the most important part, right? We want to build upon what we already love. We of course have targets that we need to hit. And I think that if we have the opportunity to not only make something that is incredibly integrated with the town, but can also come close to hitting those targets, personally, that would be the most optimal and for me. So hence why I kind of proposed adding upon the lower tower height, right? Adding something that we're a little bit more familiar with, which is the variety of buildings within downtown Oakville, right? That we could see spread across.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Giddings, and then Councillor Adams. Get comfortable, Mr. De Silva.
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thanks for joining us. It's always good to see you here. You had some pictures of the Square One area in Mississauga, and what was your concern with that? Was it the height, the density, the?
Well, so within Mississauga, my biggest complaint would be, like Councillor McNeice said, it's the integrity, it's the integration within the existing city of Mississauga. I think it was a project, and this is a completely personal opinion, where a target was the only focus instead of the actual integration within the town in the existing places that people want to go. So when I look at City Center and I see a large amount of space that could be used for better distribution of density, and instead only incredibly high towers, I see wasted potential. And that's not something that I want to see in Midtown. I'd like to see that area being used to its full potential, so we can not only achieve something that we can call Oakville, but also something that we can meet our population targets with.
Thank you. The Mississauga City Center just celebrated their 50th anniversary, and some of us around this table probably remember that. So 50 years ago, they started with the mall and the buildings. They've got a population of about 26,000 right now. And that space that you see around those buildings, they do have a use for it. Over the coming years, there'll be an additional 35,000 people moving into that. At build out, it's going to be 55, 60,000. So if you can imagine that doubled, plus some, that very similar look to Midtown.
If I may speak, I 100% agree with that, and I'm mostly concerned about the distribution of that development throughout that land. Again, I feel like that the number could be easily achieved in a manner that would fit the character of that town, city, in our case, town. We just need to look a little bit further to meet something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams?
Thanks very much for the show and tell tonight. I wanted to ask you about the picture. I think it was Amsterdam you had a picture of, which I found interesting because I don't think anybody has come to us with that particular example before. And your example included a range of heights in that particular area. And I know you're going to share that with us, but I wonder if you could help me with the name of the neighborhood.
It's Amsterdam Zuid, so that would be Z-U-I-D.
Thanks. we've had other speakers who have come to us with Barcelona and Copenhagen examples, and that has a uniform lower height with these courtyards, and so it intrigued me. I went and looked, and almost every one of the courtyards is turned into a parking lot, and it's private, and there's no public green space in those examples. You go around, the street is a kind of village style, but there's no public green space. In Copenhagen and Barcelona, you walk around, it is just a street.
Right.
What struck me by your example here was the Amsterdam model actually had green space incorporated within those high-density areas. Have you also looked at the Barcelona-Copenhagen, and do you have a comparison comment on those two models?
Well, I don't necessarily have exact details on them, but I have done a couple of research in different places of the world, and indeed, it seems that, again, there's kind of a shift in what is prioritized. Personally, I think that the greenery embedded within that development is something that is very valuable. Again, I don't know exactly. I know that Barcelona has the super blocks, right, which is mostly like just apartments and development with very little room to actual green space, right? Personally, when I think of something that would be in Oakville, I think something a little bit more akin to this, which is embedded within a green space, if not a green space, with some development on it. Right?
Okay. Well, thank you for bringing us that example.
Thank you, Mr. De Silva. Madam Clerk, would you call the next registered delegation?
Next delegation is Jeffrey Belcher.
Welcome, Mr. Belcher. Council looks forward to your information.
Hello. Oh. There we go. Wouldn't be a council meeting without raising the desk. So hi, my name is Jeffrey Belcher. I'm a resident of Ward 2. And I attended recently, it was last week, a presentation in Burlington that was given by Jennifer Kismat, who used to be the chief city planner for Toronto. I don't know if any of you were there, but she gave a long, basically dissection of Burlington and then talked a bit about the challenges with urbanism. And I couldn't help but kind of see everything that she was talking about basically through the lens of Midtown. And so she basically listed off a couple things, and I'm just going to kind of reiterate them, if that's okay with you. Next slide, please. So basically, transportation in the suburbs is a lot different than in urban areas. And Oakville has a lot of experience building suburbs, but I don't think we have a ton of experience building big urban areas like you might see in Toronto. And so we kind of have to change our thinking to make getting around Midtown really work. Because I can imagine a lot of residents are probably really worried about, you know, if you think about how we get around the suburbs, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be full of traffic. I'm going to have to drive across the entirety of Midtown. A lot of people might think it's a disaster, but there's ways to address these problems that a lot of other cities do really well, and I really want to see Midtown do it. So next slide, please. Oh. So there's some problems to solve when it comes to getting around Midtown. The first problem is car dependency. Cars just don't really scale well when population scales, and it basically just always results in gridlock. You can look at Toronto as probably the closest example, but when you think about how big a car is, and you put 50,000 of those in one area, it obviously becomes quite a disaster. So Oakville is quite car dependent, but Midtown has the advantage over the rest of Oakville as being quite small. So you really have an opportunity here to wean off the car dependency and focus on other methods of getting around. The second challenge is the lack of bike infrastructure, not just in Midtown, but really around the town. Because you also have to think about how are people going to get into Midtown without a car and out of Midtown without a car. Now, I know Oakville Go, there's a bit of bike parking, but a lot of people's bikes sometimes get stolen from there. And it's because it's not really guarded or sheltered anyway, but I'll kind of get into that in another slide. But that is a problem that Oakville's going to have to solve. The third is prioritizing fast transit and active transportation. Recently, I'm one of the board members of Safe Streets Halton, but I'm not speaking on behalf of them tonight. But we met with the Oakville Transit, some people from Oakville Transit, and we kind of talked about how do we get basically special traffic lights that let buses and bikes through first, as they move the most amount of people, and it keeps traffic going really fast. And they said that there's a lack of standard in Ontario for getting a system like that built, because obviously there's also routes that go into Mississauga and Burlington and to Milton. But it's an opportunity in Midtown because you might have routes here that are only servicing Midtown, and they should be able to move around really, really quick. And so that really means that you want to have a system that lets buses, rail, bikes, and people who are just walking move through traffic before cars are allowed, because if we look at how much people are moved via all these methods of transportation, cars are the last in all urban areas. So really it's just a different type of priority than you might expect in a suburb. And the fourth is what I call the QEW question. It's infrastructure that's going to end up causing a lot of traffic in Midtown if we don't handle it properly. So next slide, please. Just to get into car dependency a little bit. You know, cars aren't people, so we really shouldn't build for them like they are people. We got to build for people. And people have legs, and we can walk around. And people who can't walk, we shouldn't expect them to have to buy a car just to get around an urban area that we want to be livable. And so some action items I think you really should be having for Midtown is first, making sure parking minimums are not allowed in Midtown, because again, we're trying to make people areas, not car areas. Parking really should be paid where it can be, because driving really is the price of the driver. It's not the price of the taxpayer. So parking should be paid in Midtown. And there should be dedicated areas where no cars are allowed, but other modes are, hence biking, walking, buses, and rail. You want these modes to move quickly, and so you don't want them getting stuck in traffic from cars that we don't even really want there in the first place. Next slide, please. The second thing that you really want to do is build for the bike. The bike is the king of urban mobility. It is so fast, and if you look at Amsterdam, they have gotten so scaled up with bike mobility that their bikes per capita is 2. Most people in Amsterdam have 2 bikes. Yeah, it's pretty wild, but some things I think you should think about is really making biking super easy in Midtown, right? Parking should be free, it should be abundant. You know, people shouldn't be walking around being like, oh, where am I gonna park my bike? It should just be super easy. You chain up and you can just get around Midtown. It should also be secure, indoor, sheltered, and guarded where possible, especially at the GO train station. People shouldn't be biking to Oakville GO and then come back and their bike has been stolen. I think everybody can agree with that. That's going to be something that you probably also want to do for Bronny GO, but since we're just talking about Midtown, we'll focus on that. And the last thing is that you need dedicated infrastructure that's protected. Again, paint is not infrastructure, and it won't stop a car if they're going to hit a biker. Just 2 weeks ago, I got cut off by a truck on Rebecca Road, and I got flown over my bike, and my hand is still recovering a little bit, but you know, if there was a bit of a separated bikeway, I wouldn't have been hit, to be perfectly frank with you. So again, remember, paint isn't infrastructure, and bike lanes really need to be separated and protected. Next slide, please. Prioritizing active transportation and traffic. Again, as I mentioned, we need to standardize intersections to allow the public transport that we supply to move quickly. Again, I mentioned bike parking should be abundant and free, but that's kind of part of this. And buses, bikes, pedestrians should not be moving close to cars. You know, it's a safety problem, as I mentioned, but also just noise problems. You know, we want stuff that moves fast to move fast and not be hanging around you while you're on a patio in Midtown just humming. So, yeah. Next slide, please. And then the QEW question. This is a photo of the Gardner, and this highway goes right through the downtown Toronto. And I can tell you, the QEW will become this if we are not careful. It's right next to Midtown, so you really need to manage how that traffic's coming off the QEW and getting back onto QEW without having a huge impact on Midtown. And I don't know exactly what the solution is for this, but you might really need to have some sort of dedicated plan for this piece of infrastructure, especially if the province is now getting involved with this. I mean, I think they own quite a bit of the QEW, or if not all of it. There has to be some way to deal with it. It'll probably be really expensive, but it's gonna pay off in the long run, because obviously you don't want something like this happening and then people fighting about who's going to maintain an aging piece of infrastructure. Yeah, next slide, please. Thank you for your attention, and yeah, take care.
Thank you very much, Mr. Belcher, for your information. Councillor McNeese has a question for you.
Through your worship, just want to make sure that, thank you for the delegation. I just want to make sure you and Safe Streets Halt and are aware that the TMP, Transportation Master Plan, is coming up June 18th at Town Hall. So I think a lot of that, you know, what you suggested should be reflected in that, including, you know, the transportation planning pyramid, complete streets, things like that are proposed there. So,
Cool.
as you know, some of those are policy decisions, and we got to build out everywhere, not just in one place. But Midtown can certainly, I think, anchor some of that, like you suggested. So,
Absolutely. Did you say June 18th?
I believe it's
at
June
Town
18th.
Hall, June 18th? Okay.
yeah,
All right.
double check on the website though. So,
All right, cool.
okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belcher. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Jonathan Sprossen.
Mr. Sprossen, welcome. Welcome back. Council looks forward to your information.
Matthew, you're a little too tall. Or Jeffrey. Thank you for having me, Mayor and Council. I'm shocked again at the announcement from the province. I had lots of other questions, but I think I've got to change what I'm gonna say here a bit. It's great to see that IO, Infrastructure Ontario, is gonna be part of this because they own, I believe, about 11 or 12 hectares of land in Midtown, and hopefully they'll put those in and we can get things going with their land. One of the big questions I have about the staff report, and it's not from their point, but is from one of the questions that they were asked, was 35,000 people in jobs for Midtown on 43 hectares. Now, OMG, we did a look at what the area was of Midtown, and we couldn't come up with 43 hectares. We had more like 60 or 70 hectares of buildable land if you include the IO land and the Metrolinx land, which makes it very different, the numbers that we come up with if we're going to apply FSIs and height restrictions. So an example is if we had actually 65 hectares of land, we'd probably have about 20,000 more people on that property when it's actually developed. And if you look at the drawing that the consultant did, there's a gray line that's hard to miss. It's about an inch wide of the 3-inch page, and it's all IO land, and I believe Metrolinx owns some of that land too. So if that's developed, it means even if we ask for 35,000 people on the 43 hectares, it'll be more like 60,000 people in Midtown. So maybe a change to that would be maybe Midtown is 35,000, regardless of how much they find is developable or not. We limit it to 35,000. And it's been brought up tonight, why 35,000 and maybe 50,000? And I'd just like to thank the guys that came up before. To see young people out here in a really boring meeting on a nice June evening and presenting some really neat ideas is a wonderful thing to see. So I'm really thrilled to see the guys up here again, and they've been here before. But the 35 over 1 square kilometer. Now let's look what that means. And I think we talked about it before in North Oakville. If you took the piece of paper that's North Oakville and you keep folding it over, you get what Midtown is. And if you look at that on a map, it's actually, to take the same density that Oakville has, and what we're proposing here, it takes about 11 or 12 square kilometers of land to make up that 35,000 people in Oakville right now. The density of Oakville right now is about 15 people per hectare. If it doubles, it'll be 30 people per hectare, and 340 is what we're proposing per hectare at 35. So that makes 11 hectares of land. So I looked at what does 11 square kilometers of land in Oakville hold, and it holds about 9 schools. 2 would be secondary schools and 7 public schools. It holds 2 fire halls. It holds 2 community centers, 1 or 2, depending on which way you put the 11 hectares or square kilometers. It holds about 85 doctors or doctors' offices, and that's not from the map, that's from the provincial standard. You'd need 85 doctors for 35,000 people. So these are all things that have to go into this community to make it complete and make it livable to the Oakville standard. And I'm just wondering, when we talk about these things, we're talking about a lot of numbers, and it gets really boring and you start to sort of glaze over. But it's really, really important, because if you take that and you just imagine squishing it all down 11 to 1 size and putting all those things that are necessary, towers are looked at as being a solution, but they don't solve all these problems. Schools should have fields to play in. They can be on the 5th floor, but imagine going to school, going up the elevator, going off on the 5th floor, going for gym, you go down the elevator, you go across Trafalgar Road, through some buildings, and you go and you have gym for 5 minutes and then come back because your class is over. Those things have to be there to make it a complete community. And at 35,000, I feel that it can be there, or not I, it's very, very dense. So to say 50,000, is it possible? Absolutely, it's possible. We saw what it looks like. It's about 100 towers in a 1 square kilometer area, similar to places in Korea or Japan or New York City. And is that the best way to live? So I think with all these things, and even with the province getting involved, and I know that's going to be very interesting in how the developers want to accomplish a lot of these services that are needed, and the density that makes sense for people, not necessarily for pocketbooks as much, but people, it's going to be a really hard thing. So getting the OPA right, and I think Councillor Knoll said before, the Oaktown area was supposed to be something great, and one thing gets thrown in there, and it all derails, and you say, why didn't those images appear? And we really have to be careful to make this OPA, with the province, with Infrastructure Ontario, with their 11 hectares, and make it a place that's really livable. 35,000 is a great number to look at. And the last thing is, how do you get to 35? What does 35,000 look like in built form? So if you take, you have to just have numbers, and I'd really like staff, I'm not allowed to direct questions to staff, but I'd really like staff to let us know what is the size, the average size of a unit required for a person, or for 2 people, or for whatever. What is the people per unit that they're using? Now that we're asking for 35% to be 2 and 3 and maybe 4 bedroom, but and only 65% 1 bedroom or bachelor, what does that do to the people per unit count? Because when you change that number just by 0.1, it adds about 3,000 people. It can add 3,000 people to the area. So when you go, if you go 1.7 or you go 2.2, it changes the population by about 6,000 or 7,000 people. So we have to know that number. We have to know the area of that they're assuming that each unit is. And it's not only for the people count that we're going to have there, because it's important, but it's also for paying for this. The town has to get development charges. The town has to get taxes in the end. And if we don't know how many units are going to be there, we don't know what those numbers are going to be, and we don't know what is required, or if we're going to be able to pay for this. So those numbers, if we could get those and see what that means to the 35,000 and the roads. The final thing I'd like to say is that I was really interested in the transportation and traffic report, in that it said that there's only a 1% difference in the time to cross, or something like that, to cross Midtown, if you drop the 15,000 people. And what it said to me is it's that it's broken at 50,000, it's broken at 35,000, and it's probably broken now because the transportation doesn't work well. So is it something to say that, you know, does it matter that we're at 50,000 people or 35,000 people? It's not going to change your time to cross the town, or to your transportation time. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think we're looking at a transportation study that works, not why it doesn't work with 35 or 50,000. So Anyway, I think that I loved what Mr. De Silva said and what Jeffrey said. I thought the benefits to doing small, bicycle, human scale, all of those things are many. And I think that there are answers that weren't shown with the chainsaw result of that the consultants did. Granted, they didn't have much time to work on it. They only had a few weeks. But one of my friends said it just looked like they took a chainsaw and said, there's the answer. We took off that much of the building, and that's the answer. I really think we have a great opportunity to do something great in this area and to show the province what it could be. Instead of building another Vaughan or Mississauga, we could do something better. So thank you, councillors, for putting up with all of this. And I would like to thank the developers who have no idea, I think, what their next step is, but I think they're going to try and push ahead, and I think it's great that we're pushing ahead as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Councillor Haslet-Thiel has a question for you.
Thank you very much for coming out, and thank you for your question. I'm actually going to turn to Director Charles. You asked the question about what is the size of the unit, and I know that they do a GFA analysis when they were doing this latest iteration. And you also asked about PPU. Can you report back in on the next more detailed iteration the average size of the unit that you were using in that calculation, if there was any variation on the PPU as a result of the sizes of the units, as a result of the request for this newer concept?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when we report back, we can provide all of that detail.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Lawson.
much.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Kevin Rajewski.
Welcome, Mr. Rajewski. I'm taking a chance that that's remotely correct. Council looks forward to your information.
Yes, that was a correct pronunciation. That's a first. Anyways, good evening, Council and the public. I haven't delegated before, so I'll start off with introducing myself. My name is Kevin. I live in Joshua Creek, and I'm currently in high school, so I have not seen many high schoolers at these meetings before, so there's a first for everything, I guess. Anyways, I've been following the Oakville Midtown Plan for quite a long time now, and I thought I'd come and give my own opinions on it. Oh, excuse me. So my presentation is basically going to be focused on the transit and, you know, why are we building Midtown, kind of, right? What makes it so special? And I really want to highlight it because I think there's a lot of connectivity that the public and maybe council does not know of. Next slide, please. So first I'll be talking about the current transit connections in Midtown, though keep in mind that by the time Midtown is fully built out in the 2050s, right, transit is going to look far better and different than it is currently, but I still want to keep like a benchmark. Next slide, please. So first we have Oakville Transit. Their main terminal is at Oakville GO, and you can pretty much get anywhere in Oakville with that terminal, right? There are a handful of routes that don't serve the Midtown area, but those are one transfer away. So, you know, you've basically got the entire Oakville walking distance and then hop on a single bus ride. Next slide, please. Next, we have the GO buses. First of all, we have GO Bus 56. This is a pretty vital route if you want to get anywhere in the North GTA, because otherwise you'd have to take multiple train rides. And this bus provides basically a direct connection to, you know, right to Square One, right? That would be, I would think, be useful because, you know, we unfortunately in Oakville don't have many good malls, right? So, you know, we've got a direct bus connection from Midtown to Square One, which, you know, while the area is not as great as it could be, Square One is still a much nicer mall than anything we have here. It also has direct connections to Vaughan, Richmond Hill, Markham, Pickering, and then south to Oshawa. So, you know, if you're like me and you want to go to Wonderland, right? Because I'm sure there are many residents who would love to go to Wonderland in Midtown once it's built out. You know, you take the 56 and you transfer to a YRT. That's 2 buses to get to Wonderland. That's a pretty amazing connectivity. Next slide, please. Next, we have the GO Bus 22. You know, it's a more simple route. It kind of just connects Oakville and Milton. But, you know, for some people, I'm sure it would be very useful. I know Milton has a bunch of nice trails, and those are all one bus ride away, plus the transfer to Milton Transit. Next slide, please. Then we have the star of the show, the GO train, right? That's the reason why Midtown's here, because we have that GO station. So currently, the GO trains off-peak, they run, half-hourly to Aldershot, hourly to Hamilton, 3 times a day to Niagara Falls, every half-hourly to Union, with most non-rush hour trains continue on all the way to Oshawa. That's pretty amazing connectivity. And then obviously during rush hour, you've got better service. And then on weekends now, after 2:30 p.m., there's actually 15-minute service all the way from Oakville to Oshawa. So, there's a lot of connectivity there. Next slide, please. Now, next we also have Via Rail. Via Rail also does serve the Oakville GO station area with the Windsor-Toronto route. So you can take the train and you have direct connections to Brantford, London, and Windsor. If you want to get somewhere in southwest Oakville, this is an amazing area to do that. Next slide, please. Then we have the Via Maple Leaf. It's a route that connects downtown New York to downtown Toronto, and it does serve Oakville. So, Midtown, you just a few minute walk away, and you have a direct train connection to New York. Yes, it's a slow train. It's much slower than taking a flight, but it still doesn't change the fact that there is a direct connection at Midtown to New York, which I find pretty amazing. Next slide, please. So those are the current transit connections, and already you can see that this place is amazingly well connected. Only a few places rival this kind of connectivity in the Halton region. Like, this is easily the most well-connected area in Oakville by far, dare I say, even the GTA, right? Only some places in Toronto might kind of come to that level of connectivity. But it's only going to get better. Next slide, please. First of all, we have the currently under development 5-year business plan from Oakville Transit, which will, pending of council approval, of course, later this fall, I'm pretty sure, we'll see a huge increase in frequencies. So right now, buses run 50 minutes every half hour, and as a common transit rider, I don't have a driver's license yet, can't legally get one yet, but it's not fun having to wait for the bus or checking the bus schedule. Well, this is going to change that. You can just show up at the terminal and take the next bus. But this plan, also keep in mind, is only until 2029. So after that, in the 2050s, well, it can only get better from there. Next slide, please. Next, we have GO. GO has amazing, in my opinion, expansion plans. And so, first of all, they'll be electrified from Burlington to Union, and then on Lakeshore East, it continues all the way east to Oshawa. And these trains will be much quieter, faster, and they'll be much more frequent, with trains running both directions all day, every 15 minutes or better. And then they're due to a lot of infrastructure upgrades and fleet upgrades. These trains are going to be running a lot faster than cars do. Right now, during rush hour, the GO train might just, it's competitive with driving, obviously, but this will make it competitive with driving in off-peak hours, right? Because they've all the infrastructure upgrades and electrification and stuff like that. So there aren't specific plans about the expansion plans, to Hamilton or Niagara, but those will obviously get better by 2050 as well. Next slide, please. So, I've kind of talked about this, and I hope you can better visualize this connectivity that Midtown has. So why are we trying to aim to put the minimum amount of people in Midtown? Because that is effectively what we're doing. The report says the current 35,000 people number does not ensure that the minimum 200 residents and jobs per hectare target of the growth plan by 2031 is achievable, right? So why are we kind of doing this with all this connectivity, right? It's like me trying to aim for a 60% on a test because it's the minimum passing grade. I wouldn't do that. Next slide, please. And then the staff report also highlights, which one of the other delegates did bring up as well, that this reduction, this 15,000 person reduction, almost like a third in reduction population, does not result in any change. It has some reduction in trips with cars. However, there is now more percentage of cars on the road compared to biking or taking the bus or walking. And also that the changes in the car usage are so minimal that they do not demand any type of change to the road infrastructure, right? And why is that? Well, people use transit if they live next to it, if it's fast, frequent, and convenient. And in Midtown, it is, right? And let's say that Oakville gets X number of people by Y year, right? If we put those people in Midtown where they don't need to drive a car, right? Then you kind of get, if you put more of those people in Midtown, then they don't need to drive a car. If you put them elsewhere where it's not nearly as well connected as Midtown, then they will probably need to drive a car, and so you get more cars on the road. Plus, most of this traffic is probably from commuters and those trying to drive around from other areas of Oakville, right? If by putting, there's a lot of talk about how traffic might be very bad with Midtown, but it probably won't be due to this transit connectivity because all that traffic is coming from other people, not Midtown residents. So, people want to live near these buses, these trains, these fast trains, these frequent buses, all of this stuff. People want to live near those things, right? So I personally don't think we should be aiming for 35,000. Now, maybe 50,000 is a little too high, but I think we should aim higher. And obviously, that doesn't mean we need to build a lot higher. We do not need to build 60 stories buildings to accommodate more residents. There are a lot of good ideas here with narrowing roads, right? With building maybe some cafes and and some buildings and parks, right? I would love to sit in a cafe and have the cafe on one side and then a beautiful park on the other. That would be absolutely amazing. So there are ways that we can add more people, but we can still keep that human scale and that lovely Oakville character, right? So the point that I'm trying to say is that we as a town, we as a community, we as Oakvillians, next slide please, should not aim for the minimum in Midtown. We should aim to put more people in there because people want to live in this kind of area where they have access, where they have the entire GTA right at their doorstep with a one-seat ride to basically anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your information. Councillor Adams has questions for you.
Thanks very much, Kevin, for joining us, and a very impressive set of material that you got put together for this evening.
Thank you.
I wonder if you have any comments on the form of the development. I take it from all of your material that you'd prefer to see the original kind of numbers in terms of densities, and we have had other delegates already present different formats of development and that sort of thing, concepts of Amsterdam and concepts of Barcelona, Copenhagen, and the original OPA draft designs that we've seen. Do you have any comments for us on any of those?
Well, I mean, preferably you would like to put, maybe some higher density, 30, 40, maybe 50, probably less than that, right next to the GO station, because that is at the end of the day where all the transit is. But as you kind of get further from that, I think you can kind of go with lower densities and use some of the plans that were, some of the ideas that were brought up from other delegations, building some mid-rises in parks or lowering the road sizes, making some sort of Amsterdam that would while keeping the Oakville town type of character. I think that would be great.
Okay, so I think I may have heard you using heights and densities kind of interchangeably there, and I appreciate that. So thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I'd like a copy of your presentation if you could provide it afterwards. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is George Niblock from Chartwell Maple Grove Residents Association.
Welcome, Mr. Niblock. Council looks forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm George Niblock, representing the Joint Residents Association for Midtown. Tonight I would like to introduce, are we on slide one? Yeah. Tonight I'd like to introduce presentations from each of our member associations that form the Joint Residents Association for Midtown. But first, I would like to start by congratulating Council and the leadership of Mayor Burton on the motion to reset the direction for Midtown. We have heard from the community an overwhelming support for the new density target of 35,000 people and jobs. There's a huge sense of relief in the community that you have listened to the public and understand that Midtown is only 43 hectares of net developable land. We support the development of Midtown, and the motion sets parameters to build a truly successful and livable community. Before introducing our speakers this evening, we have some initial comments about the staff report being received tonight. Slide 2, please. This is a copy of the chart from the staff report, but my colleague Duncan Galloway added 2 columns you can see on the right and at the bottom. This shows the density based on net developable land for each growth node on the right, and we've also added the 35,000 people and jobs proposal for Midtown at the bottom. If you look at the 35,000 proposal that we support, it hits a density of over 800 people and jobs per net developable hectare, which is, as you can see, way higher than any other growth node in town. And we can achieve this with a mid-rise built form. Therefore, it is very safe to say that 35,000 will exceed the minimum 200 people and jobs per hectare required by the province. Slide 3, please. The report says development of tall buildings is required to meet density requirements. In response, we continue to question the population growth targets and density requirements of the joint best planning estimates. And we also note that extensive studies show that tall buildings are in fact less efficient in delivering density. The report says that the concept of 35,000 people and jobs for Midtown is for discussion purposes only. This direction from Council, as I mentioned, has received wide support from the public. While it is still very high density for only 43 hectares of net developable land, it is a target with which a successful livable Midtown can be achieved. The report says that a target of 35,000 for Midtown requires shifting 15,500 residents and jobs to other locations in the town. Our response is that the JPP is stacked with an excess of 90,000 people and jobs over and above ROPA requirements. Even if it was necessary, 15,500 people and jobs can be accommodated south of the QEW by adding, as we've mentioned previously, 3 to 4 stories over retail, increasing density on the Cornwall Spears and Bronte Go corridors, and through gentle densification of our established neighborhoods. There should be no reason or requirement to redirect people and jobs to North Oakville, in our view. Slide number 4, please. I refer us back to the mission and vision for Oakville, a vibrant and livable community for all, building environmental, social, and economic sustainability. Slide number 5. My colleague Duncan Galloway has put together a really wonderful chart, which we will go through, and it builds as I go through here. And the goal is in the middle here, and I think we can all agree on this goal. The rapid delivery of Midtown homes in an attractive, sustainable, livable community. Slide 6. In the first of our presentations this evening, Doug Plant from TCRA, who's part of our group, will address planning and how to achieve a Goldilocks, i.e. just right, level of high-density design for an attractive community. 7, please. Anita Mackey from OLRA will address how to plan a livable community in a climate crisis and how Oakville should be a shining example of sustainable development in a climate crisis environment. Number 8, please. JCRA will address the question of transit and traffic congestion as we look to a future townwide movement towards increased transit and walkability. Number 9. And finally, 2 presentations, one from Rick Snidel and one from Jim Goodfellow of CMGRA, will address how to plan for strategic flexibility of management of financial and market risks. And I just had one addition to my presentation, and it was a question on the TOC, transit-oriented community. I wondered if there was any information about the size or area that was being contemplated for the TOC? Is it potentially just the Metrolinx land? You know, I understand it's not all of Midtown. When I quickly Google other transit-oriented communities that are being planned, like Exhibition, it actually looks quite small. They're looking at adding 590,000 residents there. And certainly, this does sound like a really good thing, and especially the fact that there's a priority to ensure affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niblock. We know that we don't know what geography they're aiming at, and we believe that they're going to reveal that over the next 3 months.
Great.
The sooner the better. I think we all agree. Thank you. Thank you for setting up the following delegations. Madam Clerk, could you bring them forward?
And next up is Doug Plant from Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association.
Welcome, Mr. Plant. We look forward to stage 2.
Okay, thanks very much. Hello, everybody. So today's presentation, I'm going to speak on population and population density. Go to the next slide, please. So this is our planning chart, which Duncan put together. So I'm looking at the piece that's right on top there. So population density. Overall, I mean, we're all in agreement. I think we'd like to see Midtown developed as a balanced, livable, environmentally responsible community that fits well with the rest of Oakville. And this requires many aspects of planning to be coordinated. So there are many different dimensions to this. Next slide, please. Population perhaps is the most important parameter of all of these parameters, because really it's the influencer or the driver or that which allows environmental responsibility, other housing options, the transportation load, service requirements that have to be provided, and general livability. So we think that getting the population number right is an important starting point here. Next slide, please. So this is what we were looking at in April. So this is from the presentation to council in April. And what we had at that time did not have population numbers, and it did not have FSI, which is the build density, just tall towers. And so we really felt back in April that we were right back to where we were a year ago. Okay, so in other words, you see, just to pick an area here, 40 stories is indicated. It doesn't say is that 2 buildings or 10 buildings, right? It's wide open. So we could be back over 100,000 again. So that's where we were in April, and it was very disappointing. Next slide, please. So this is from the current presentation. It looks like the April proposal and also the February proposal got a haircut. Not a brush cut, just a haircut. We still have lots of density here, and maybe it was a chainsaw, I don't know. But basically, we were hoping for a new concept here, not just cutting down and balancing the distribution that was originally there. Next slide, please. So by that, so this is what we're seeing today, in the current proposal. And the height and density numbers support a population build out to 35,000 residents and jobs. And this is a welcome step forward, and we've had a lot of really positive feedback, that council has been willing to take this step and go to 35,000. The numbers weren't always clear, but we believe the densities on the earlier report were probably based on 74,000, so it's basically cut in half. We would suggest a broader mix of densities. So for example, highest density around the GO station would allow medium density and so-called the missing middle construction and maybe some of the other areas. And we know that Metrolinx really has a published mandate to see their lands developed around the stations, basically to offset capital costs and to increase ridership. So we know that's their direction. It would seem kind of obvious that that's where the highest density should be indicated. And again, this is a 30-year plan, so they may not be able to build on those parking lots for another decade or whatever, but long-term, that's what's indicated here, right? That's where the highest density should be. And I don't know why that's been missed all along. Oh, next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to talk about there's a busy slide here, so I'm going to talk about numbers now. So what we're looking at here then is a slide that basically shows the density of different areas of Oakville in different time frames. So if we look at the vertical axis on the left, that would be people per hectare. And I've circled the 200, so the provincial government has mandated a minimum of 200 people and jobs per hectare, okay, for Midtown. And these are, the orange bars going up are basically the 2031 numbers. These are based on the Joint Best Planning Estimate numbers that we've been working with. And the total gross area, not the net area of each area. So if you look on the left, and so these are sorted then from highest to lowest density. So on the left-hand side is Midtown. And as you can see where we were at 487, almost 500 people and jobs per hectare, which was much higher than any of the other nodes within Oakville. So we have a very high population there. The 340, the gray bar right next to it, that's based on the 35,000. So you can see even with the 35,000, based on gross area, Midtown has had a lot more population allocated to it than the other areas. Okay. Next slide, please. So we know that Midtown is a challenging site to build on, though. So this is a town slide presented to Council 2022, I believe. So, the town's number is that it's 43 hectares of developable land out of the 103. So, the developable land is basically a long, thin corridor between the QEW and the rail line. And it's also, we know it has other challenges, particularly with transportation, right? So it's kind of an island. We've been using those terms. There's Trafalgar and Cornwall that allow access to it. There's not a lot that can be done to expand those streets. And so we know there's a transportation issue there. But overall, it's not an easy site to build on. Okay, and somebody else will be talking transportation, so I'll just leave that for now. Next slide, please. So for this staff report, Council did request that we actually receive numbers for the developable land in each of these nodes. So so what we're looking at now is the growth nodes, residents and jobs per hectare. The blue lines then is a population over the gross area, and the orange, I guess, is population over the developable area. So for example, again, on the left, Midtown is the tallest. And the blue bar then would correspond to that 340 number we saw a minute ago. So that would be the 35,000 divided by 103. And the orange then would be the 35,000 divided by the 43 hectares. So you see we're at 814 here with the proposed 35,000. And so that's roughly triple. And on all of these other areas here, this is based on developable areas. So we have the numbers now, right? And so what we're seeing then is that even at 35,000, Midtown is basically triple, the other growth nodes here in terms of planned density to 2051, and probably quadruple the 200, that's, the minimum mandated by the province. Okay, next slide, please. So this one is right out of my last slide deck. Every time I come up here, something changes. So I didn't present it all last time, but anyway. The province have not mandated outrageous population targets. Legislated is a 200 person per hectare minimum for 2031 and ambitious growth targets for Oakville to 2051 to be allocated across all areas by regional and town planners. The excessive Midtown density is a made in Oakville problem and needs to be solved in Oakville. The province didn't say you had to put high density in any one of these nodes, right? These are Oakville decisions. So, next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Joint Best Planning Estimate. So many of us have concerns, about how those numbers were derived and should they be used or not. So the Joint Best Planning Estimate process, JBPE, is a recently developed process which is on a learning curve. It's new and it has to do, it was initiated, we believe, because of all of the other changes going on in the planning world right now. The JBPE estimates include developer proposals, which then become self-fulfilling. So if you add a proposal for more towers, let's say, the planning estimate goes up In other words, it's self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's not the only thing it's based on. There's a number of parameters here. But we believe it's suspect for reasons like that. My colleague Jim here has developed a much more, let's say, rigorous analytical approach to forecasting, which he's going to go through in a minute here, which aligns with the 349,000 number. So he can talk more about that. ROPA 49 targets approved by the province in November 2022 are the legislated requirements mandated to Oakville. The requested 2051 Midtown population of figure of 35,000 is in alignment with the ROPA 49 mandate. And I skipped a line there. The JBPE estimates are not targets. Okay, they're estimates. Okay, and they've not been approved by council. So what's been approved are ROPA 49 Regional Official Plan Amendment 49, which was November 2022. So those are the official numbers as we understand it. Next slide, please. I'm going to run out of time. Almost done. Okay, so one last statement then. The staff report suggests that the 15,000 reduction in Midtown will have to be allocated to other growth areas, and this is misleading. The 35,000 number is actually very proportional to the ROPA 49, okay, the 349,000. Next slide, please. Final slide. Okay, in summary, the proposed population density for Midtown remains very high relative to the other growth nodes. Speaking on behalf of all of the Ward 3 resident associations, we understand that this may be the compromise necessary to satisfy all parties, including the province. That just changed, so we don't know what the story is. Oakville needs an updated official plan, and it is time to move forward. So the Ward 3 resident associations support the council petition that a new OPA concept be developed around a population density of 35,000 residents and jobs. Okay, it's a big number, we support it. We wish to thank council for taking this direction, and we've had a lot of positive feedback. People are very, very happy to see the big change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plant.
Yep.
Councillor Elgar has a question for you.
My only question is, through Mayor Burton, is that, can I get a copy of this presentation? Like, I got a feeling I want more than this one, but.
Well, it was submitted to the clerk, but I can send it to council if I have the, I think I have the email address.
Then the clerk's department could forward it to us.
I'll send it to council later. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Great information.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Anita Mackey from the Oakville Lakeside Residents Association.
Welcome, Ms. Mackey. We look forward to stage 3.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm Anita Mackey from the Oakville Lakeside Residents Association. I sit on the board and I've been part of this joint task force, I'll call ourselves. I can't take full credit for everything in this presentation, but we have put this together with help from a lot of people. So my task this evening is to look at how we could develop Midtown as a shining example of environmental sustainability and community livability. The next slide, please. So that we need to address the climate crisis is no longer up for debate, and the mayor and the council have stood up for the highest standards of environmental actions and sustainability, and we commend you for that. Looking here, this is some statements from the town's website on the priorities that have been set, such as environmental sustainability is a strategic priority. There's a declaration to incorporate climate change crisis policies into Livable Oakville, the town's official plan, to integrate community and energy and climate risk and resilience into the Midtown plan, to be the most livable town in Canada by embedding climate change resiliency throughout the corporation and community. These are wonderful aims. These are laudable aims. The tough thing is to execute this in practice, and Midtown is a challenge. Slide 3, please, the next one. So we will explore 4 ways to achieve to achieve our environmental and livability aims. The first one is to build a mix of townhouse and mid-rise and not high-rise with wood structures as the majority of the built form. And we will explain why that's critical for environmental sustainability. The second is to encourage and incentivize and demand higher green standards that are higher than current minimums, so level 3 or LEED gold. It's hard to do. Often it means money and tax money, and it entails getting a better planning toolkit. Number 3 is design the urban forest into Midtown Add all forms of parks and trees in all possible spaces and on a central line down Cross Avenue. Again, we'll explain why this is critical for so many reasons. And the fourth is to incorporate an appropriate specific supplementary parks plan directly into the OPA to meet the healthy and complete community criteria contained in the Parks Plan 2031 and make it specific to Midtown. Next slide, please. So, we recommend a mix of townhouse and mid-rise and not high-rise as the majority. Our research shows, and that we highlight, there are 6 reasons of many other reasons, but we're going to highlight 6, why it's critical to build a mix of townhouse and mid-rise buildings, not high-rises. This is a wordy slide, but bear with me. So the first one is an analysis of Toronto high-rise towers that showed between 20 and 50% of each project's total volume of concrete was below grade. That's a massive amount of environmentally damaging concrete to support tall towers. When rising from less than 5 stories to 21 stories and above, the median intensity of electricity and fossil fuel increases by 137% and 42% respectively, and mean carbon emissions are more than doubled. If we want to be responsible and sustainable, we need to build low. 3, the high-rise slabs and towers deliver only half and a third of the density that low and medium-rise courtyard forms. That sounds paradoxical, but study after study have shown that high density of cities like Paris demonstrate it's true in practice, as well as many studies that show this. 4, and this one is worth reading in full. It's by architects in UK. And the quote is, "The unavoidable fact is that in terms of resource efficiency, the embodied carbon in their construction and energy consumption and use, skyscrapers are an absurdity. The amount of steel required to resist high wind speeds, the energy required to pump water hundreds of meters above ground, and the amount of floor space taken up by lifts and services make them one of the most inefficient building types in a modern metropolis." 5, from another study, lower buildings have the lowest upfront and operating emissions of any built form. Next slide, please. Finally, the last point that we want to raise from the research. This slide shows the emissions of 4 kinds of buildings. So low density, low rise, low density, high rise, high density, low rise, and high density, high rise. So low density built form in Paris, which you'll see the line there, has less than half the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions per capita than the high density, high rise buildings as envisioned in the OPA draft, which you can see there. So it's 0.19 versus 0.43. It's a huge difference. Slide 6, please. So moving on to our next strategy, and I won't spend a lot of time on this because these are LED levels and level 3 are easily findable. We encourage and incentivize that these higher standards be demanded. This is a world-recognized standard, and it works through noble aims and incentives rather than planning requirements. Our mayor and council, we want to applaud them and congratulate them for LED Gold certification of the Oakville Trafalgar Community Center. Next slide, please. So, strategy 3, all forms of parks and trees in all possible places. And here's why we need lots of trees to help the environment. And this has all become fairly obvious, but they reduce air and pollution and provide oxygen. They reduce the urban heat effect. They reduce the temperature of cities. They reduce buildings' energy use, including heating costs. They improve water filtration and storm runoff. Next slide, please. There are also social benefits. We need trees as humans. They promote physical activity, providing space for outdoor recreation. They promote mental well-being. They can reduce crime rates and violence. They can promote healing. They can make cities more beautiful and help to slow traffic. Above all, trees promote social interaction and a sense of community, including stronger ties to your neighbors, a greater sense of safety, and more use of outdoor public spaces. Slide 9, please. Add trees and parks everywhere in Midtown and on the center line of Cross Avenue. This rendering is from a development in Port Credit, and it shows green roofs and tree covers of over 40%. Next slide, please. This next strategy is to incorporate a supplementary park plan into the Midtown OPA. I won't spend too much time on this slide, but it basically shows that the Parks Plan to 2031 echoes the findings of other studies in terms of how parks and green spaces are essential to healthy and complete communities. Parks are necessities and not amenities. That is quoted in the Shearer report that's in the Parks Plan 2031. Next slide, please. Given the projected density and small size of the site, criteria that achieve the highest amount of parks should be used for Midtown. It is a fact that right now, Midtown, out of all the growth areas, has the smallest amount of projected green space based on current planning tools. Something bold needs to be done, including a land acquisition strategy. Use all the tools in the toolbox, including not relying primarily on these other additional kinds of parks to green space, but private open spaces, POPs, but only if they're properly governed by legal agreement, access, and connection, and other criteria. This would prevent from happening a courtyard that was a green space being later turned into a parking lot. Implementing through a zoning bylaw or including within the official plan design guidelines with the requirement for private and semi-private amenity spaces within all residential apartment buildings, such as balconies, pools, green roofs, terraces. In other words, require things that say you shall make apartment buildings livable and attractive. But that is not a replacement for green spaces around them. We also think cash in lieu decisions must come back to council for full transparency. Next slide, please. One specific action under the heading of parks. On all of the Midtown plans over the last year that we've seen show a green space on the Metrolinx land on the south side of Cross Avenue. The problem is Metrolinx has made it absolutely clear this land will remain a parking lot until it becomes a high-density residential or other development, but never a park. So really, there's no point in presenting it in any kind of plan. Move it somewhere else north of Cross. Next slide. As a report to the council made clear, we need better tools. Both community permit planning and community improvement planning are critical tools to enable the town to be more specific in requirements for green building standards. We hope that the council will move quickly to enable these. Second, we hope the mayor and council will pressure the province to enable regulations so that we can enforce green building standards in the same way other municipalities can. In the end, however, it's about priorities. Saving the environment's not free. It requires determination, commitment. It will require money in the form of incentives where regulation is lacking. But know that the public is very aware of this, and we are supportive of the town achieving its strategic objectives for a livable Oakville with the highest possible green building standards in Midtown. Last slide. So that is our conclusion, and it shows the 4 tools: high density, low rise built form, green building standards, trees, 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 parks plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in so close to the time limit. Councillor Adams and Councillor Hazlet-Deal and Councillor Elgar have questions for you.
Thanks very much for the presentation. You mentioned Barcelona in your presentation, and then you also mentioned towards the end the private open space concept. I went and looked at aerial maps of Barcelona, and there are many, many grid-like squares of urban area there with kind of courtyard spaces in the middle, none of which appear to be publicly open, and yet Barcelona keeps getting named as the place to try to emulate. Is that really the concept that you prefer in terms of the green space and open space?
No, it's not. It's one of the tools in the toolkit, and I didn't actually specifically mention Barcelona. I was just referring to your example of a place where a courtyard had been turned back into a parking lot, and it is a danger. I think our parks plan, has put forward something that it might count these as green space, but only if they meet legal requirements, that means legal agreements are going to have to be entered into between the town and the
Yeah.
developer or the condo unit or whatever the developer is, in order to ensure that you can legally enforce keeping that green so it doesn't turn back into something that doesn't count as a park.
But that concept of Barcelona with the city squares, those spaces aren't, to my knowledge, really publicly accessible. And so while they are
Yeah,
spaces.
and so that's why I think if they are not, then they really shouldn't be
Okay,
counted.
so if I hear you correctly, you're saying be careful of the Barcelona example. It's not.
I think that you have to be very careful when you start to count other things other than green parks, so sliver parks, pops, all of those things. They're tools, but you can't rely on them too much. You have to be careful.
Thank you. Okay.
Councillor Haslett-Deal and then Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much for standing up for the environment and for that community that we all want to have be very successful. So I take it from what you've said that the group is really articulating that we have a chance here to do something quite special and actually put things in place that really align with the words that we've been using for the last while. I can't help but point out that when I look at the City of Toronto and their Christie secondary plan, they use the word will constantly on the parks piece because, as was said, it's not an amenity, it's a necessity. Thanks very much for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Burton. Thanks for coming out and for mentioning Barcelona, because I was there last fall, and I must say, I think 90% of the buildings are 25 stories or less. I think there's 3 or 4 maybe over that, but it is a pretty walkable place with the way it's laid out. So thank you for doing that, and also I want a copy of your presentation too. Okay,
No
thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next member of the string of delegations?
Next is Elizabeth Chalmers from the Joshua Creek Residents Association.
Welcome, Ms. Chalmers. I think you're stage 4?
Pardon me? Stage 4, yes, I'm stage 4, yeah.
Welcome. We look forward to
Right.
stage 4.
Just as I begin, I'd like to also echo the thanks of our residents for the support of council on moving or decreasing the population to 35,000. It's still high, but it's definitely moving in the right direction. So now we need to add the detail to make Midtown a livable, sustainable, complete community that integrates with the rest of Oakville. Transportation and transit are key issues. We've heard them multiple times tonight. We need to be able to move people in and out of Midtown, the people that live there, and the people that live in other parts of Oakville but access the GO line from that station. It's particularly challenging as there are only 2 access points to Midtown, the Trafalgar and Cross intersection and the Spears and Cross intersection. And there's still high density in Midtown, even at the 35,000. So given the importance of transit and transportation, I wanted to speak to 2 overriding concerns. One, the lack of a master transportation plan, and the other, the absence of Metrolinx. But we've just heard, thanks to Councillor McNeese, that the master transportation plan will come up in June 18th, and we'll have a chance to observe how it is that transit to and from Midtown will be integrated and the costs and funding sources associated with that. With respect to Metrolinx, to date, they have not really engaged on Midtown, not just with respect to development of their land, but importantly, not so much in transit either, although I know they've had a meeting with members of RAs and Councillor Haslett-Thiel. And perhaps with the change now to a TLC led by Infrastructure Ontario, there will be more engagement by Metrolinx. Next slide, please. So we just wanted tonight to bring forward some questions about some of the underlying assumptions in this transportation report. So what percentage of people living in Midtown will be assumed to have a vehicle, and how is that analysis supported? Is it going to be by the number of parking spots in each site plan application, or is it going to be imposed as a minimum or a maximum by council? or through the OPA? And if it's the former, how do we ensure, excuse me, that there's, excuse me, that there's predictability in understanding traffic volumes? What are the assumptions of human behavior and demographics for Midtown that will support increased active transportation and reduce vehicle use? To what extent do winter months impact active transportation use, and what is the plan for accommodating any changes because of that? Is there analysis on the number of vehicle trips per person in Midtown? Because without a personal vehicle, there will still be vehicle trips generated. There's deliveries for groceries, for food, for home goods, services that people require in their homes, participation in recreation. Not everything will be in Midtown, and so there will be a reason to go in and out in a vehicle, even if it's not your own. How is the contention that there's only a negligible impact of an additional 55,000 people and jobs on traffic volumes and congestion supported? Has the potential increased congestion on the QEW and arterial roads in Oakville that will result from intensification and growth, not just in Oakville, but in Burlington and Mississauga, has that been factored into traffic volume analysis? Has the increased truck traffic from the proposed new warehousing facilities, 4 million square feet in East Oakville and West Mississauga, has that been factored into the same? So we want to ensure that assumptions noted or referenced in the transportation report are substantiated through robust analysis. And I did hear Director Charles speaking earlier tonight that there will be more detail coming in a later report. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the new report outlines improvements to existing road network through the addition of new roads for Midtown and through improvements to existing roads. So some questions about the specifics of the improvements noted in the transportation report. In the staff report on page 19, it refers to a Trafalgar LRT, which could significantly increase transit mode share. But a Trafalgar Road LRT is not included in the Table 5 proposed planning, proposed phasing of improvements. So is an LRT something that is under consideration? Will we see it in the master transportation plan? Trafalgar Road is the primary corridor for accessing Midtown, the GO station, but also connecting north and south in Oakville. The Royal Windsor interchange has been moved to 2051. It's a key part of mobility that would allow residents to avoid the Trafalgar Road exchanges and corridor. So why is it pushed out to 2051? How will that mobility be addressed in the period between 2031 and 2051? And is there a plan B if the interchange is not built? The north-south road that we see on the east side of Trafalgar Road. So based on this map, which does not show a station relocation or a station platform on the east side of Trafalgar Road, all buses coming down that road will still have to cross Trafalgar at Cross Avenue. All vehicles coming down that wish to access the GO train station, whether it's for parking or for drop-off of passengers, will have to either cross Avenue or go south on Trafalgar and then right again onto Spears Road. Cross and Trafalgar have the potential to be the heaviest intersection in town based on the fact that everything will have to access the GO from the west side, where all the residents will be living as well. So how would that intersection, it will not be pedestrian friendly, it won't be conducive to active transportation. So what can be done to win Metrolinx's support or agreement or consideration of a station platform as was proposed several years back? If there is no north-south road on the east side, has there been any thought or analysis of a north-south road on the west side that would connect the North Service Road to Lyons Lane? That's also a potential access route. And again, perhaps we'll see it in the master transportation plan, but the overpass or underpass on Kerr Street now that the province has withdrawn funding, how will we be looking at that route, which is also a route down to the GO train? What's the capacity of the existing arterial roads such as Trafalgar, Cornwall Cross, and what percentage of the capacity is currently taken up? So how will the predicted number of vehicles at Midtown, whether they're personal vehicles or vehicle trips, how is that going to impact that capacity? The local roads that we show on the map, they appear to be ad hoc in the sense that there are no timelines for building them. It says they'll happen with development. It would be preferable to have timelines associated with them to ensure that they are part of the plan. And then the active transportation crossings, they're a bit hard to see because they're in black, but there's 2 on the east side and there's 2 on the west side. The ones on the west side are dependent on development, but the ones on the east side say they're dependent on station relocation, which is not included on the map and doesn't appear to be happening at this time. So again, back to Metrolinx and their participation here. It would be very difficult to incentivize active transportation on the east side if we don't have those types of crossings for people to use. The transportation solutions that have been put forward to date, and again, I appreciate we don't have a level of detail that we might want, but appear to be limited in their ability to address the challenges developing a community of 35,000 people and jobs, much less a community of 80,000 as we saw the yields before. So implementing effective transportation and transit is clearly a key factor to achieving a successful, livable Midtown community that integrates seamlessly with the rest of the town. I think we've heard it already tonight. Midtown represents a really great opportunity for Oakville. We can build a community that exemplifies the livability and sustainability for people that are moving here, for people that already live here. And residents do look to council to ensure that our town does just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chalmers. There may be questions. And on the other hand, you may have been so thorough that there's only compliments. We'll see. Councillor Hazat-Thiel.
Thank you very much. That's a long list of questions, and I'm not going to repeat them. I'm looking over at Commissioner Fu. Given the level of detail, my first question is, will the Transportation Master Plan address these details, or will it be a separate plan? Can you just clarify that?
Through Madam Chair, the Transportation Master Plan would address a certain higher level of information that was requested, but there's some detailed information that will be further addressed in the analysis that we'll continue to pursue in the Midtown transportation analysis.
And so when would the public have access to that information? Because there's a lot of assumptions that were in this report, and I do appreciate that the report shared more information than we had. But when would we get additional information on some of that, those assumptions and the supporting documentation?
We're going to take all the information back today, along with what Director Gage Halls have also gathered, and we'll report back holistically. We don't have a timeline right now as with the variety of things that's changing, but we will certainly incorporate all the details and the questions, and we'll make sure that we report back with all those details.
And just for one last piece of clarity, will all the questions be listed out? Because I understand that it was a lot, but each of them was so important, and if we could have answers to them broken down, that would be appreciated.
We could certainly do that with the issues list.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Chalmers, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your presentation. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Next delegation is Rick Schneidel.
Welcome, Mr. Schneidel. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and friends in the room. Could I have the next slide, please? We're now at the bottom of the model there, and I will be addressing the financial risks and considerations and a lot of questions, and my partner in crime, Jim Goodfellow, will be talking about the market risks. when we worked on this project, I'm doing the gloom and he's doing the doom. So could I have the next slide, please? Just to explain one thing, if you think my presentation is a bit hard to follow, a lot of the information here is comparing town budget material we got to the staff report. And remember at all times that the staff report covers the period to 2051 and the town budget's for 10 years. So that's a little bit of a difficulty. But just concentrate on the $770 million cost over 30 years. And the town's portion is $450 million. And those are significant numbers, but they affect how it comes out in some of the proposals and projections. If you move to the next slide, which is from the budget, it talks about the total expenditures over 10 years, and it's interesting in infrastructure planning of very substantial amounts of money, $650 million. They don't refer to Midtown, so I just have to assume it's in there. And if you move to the next slide, please. So comparing the staff report for 30 years, you see the total cost of Midtown at $450,000 and the tax supported part at $17 million, which says there's a recovery of 3.7%. Yet when you look at the town budget down below over 10 years, you see that the capital levy and reserves required are 26%, which is a very significant number, higher than the 17%. So we raised that question for the planning group and council to consider. I can't imagine how and why it's influenced by the timing, but that's another question. My next slide, please. So a big concern here has always been development charge recoveries, the impact of Bill 23 and subsequent legislation, and our concern, not to be cynical, about how the province will, to use their term, make you whole for differences. And remember, the DC recoveries in the 30-year staff presentation are 82%, yet in the Oakville plan over 10 years, they're only 65%. So that's a significant discrepancy. If I could get to the next slide, please. We are concerned about the changes that Bill 23 has brought, specifically with respect to the rates, including the caps, the restrictions on parkland dedication, et cetera. And the conclusion is that these legislative changes, which may not have been fully considered, could further reduce the ability to get parkland through the development process. If I could get the next slide, please. And turning to DC recoveries, which are always hard to estimate because many things keep moving, we note that the City of Burlington retained consultants to look at the impact of Bill 23. So if you look at the slide, the total DCs and community benefit charge losses resulting from Bill 23 would be approximately $36 million, but the potential penalty to parkland dedication could be as much as $420 million, which seems to be staggering. And I understand the town of Oakville has relationships with Watson, and I don't know if the council has considered having them look at this potential risk. I raised the issue just because we became aware of it. Next slide, please. Getting specifically into some of the financial issues, one of the first big issues I want to raise is the concept of phasing, with which you'll be familiar. But there is a lag in cost recovery between, as they say, putting the pipes in the ground and then recovering them on DCs when the building permit is issued. So that is a concern, and you see that the two different budgets, the staff report and the town planning, have different assumptions with respect to this. So our concern is it has to be financed by Oakville. Is it budgeted appropriately? Are the provincial recoveries budgeted appropriately? And ultimately, what the people in the room are asking, what's the implication on property taxes of the gap? In additional site expenses, now we're talking about roads, parks, and other amenities and the costs. our observations that current developers and landowners have, including the Ontario government, with whom I spoke, Metrolinx in particular, have no interest whatsoever in releasing any property to this development for at least 10 years or further, I think, as Elizabeth mentioned before. Not only could these costs be significant to Oakville, but they're going to be essential to the creation of a livable, successful community in Oakville. With respect to deferred development costs specifically, in the Oakville capital budget, as at March 31, 22, unspent DC funds, so this is to me as an accountant, reserves for future work, paid in advance by developers when they got their building permits, go negative in 2028. And there's a comment in there that the town, and the verb they used was hopes to become positive by 2032. And first of all, how is that possible? Second of all, we get into actually funding DCs for developers. I've never heard of prepaid development charges, but I'll leave that to the accountants in the room. And what does this tell us about concerns about the rollout for Midtown, which I always will assume will be the largest provider of development charges to the town of Oakville? And the next one I just want to touch on is the difference between an application and a permit. So despite significant applications, which we read out in the press and are concerned about and are frightened about densities and heights, no significant permits have been issued for this. And my friend Dr. Doom is going to be talking about what the economy is doing and what interest rates could be doing after me. So I raised the concern saying, that may stick, Jim. So we are also aware, as you are in the room, there are several appeals coming up already just over the process delays by the sleepy people on council here, and they're complaining about it before they even know what's going to happen. These delays are of particular concern with respect to the economy. Some failures have happened and high interest rates continue. So Oakville has a significant infrastructure commitment, and I'm concerned about development charges, as I'm sure we all are. As a final comment, tracking the housing pledge which the town of Oakville made to their friends in Queen's Park, we note in 2023, the town had only achieved 83% of their housing starts. Now, fortunately, you were able to stick handle and avoid penalties for 2023, but I just raised the point that we're behind schedule already and we don't have permits for these buildings yet, so I have no idea what your assumptions are with respect to building starts, but I think we're in catch-up mode, and this is a big concern as well. And as we all know, provincial funding is the ultimate backstop for all of Oakville and all of Halton. So if you could go to the last slide. I'd just like to reiterate what some of my predecessors said about appreciating the opportunity to do this. We think the capital forecast, which was made by the town, was conservative, and the staff report may be a bit optimistic. We know you have to address transit funding, and I think we need to integrate with these two sources of budgeting information to make sure that all of your work ahead is accurate and consistent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Snidel. Don't run away. Councillor Elgar has questions for you, and Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through Member Burton. Thanks very much for your presentation. A lot of excellent points. I'd like a copy of your presentation also. But also, I wonder if...
Is there an echo in this room, Councillor Elgar?
Pardon?
Is there an echo in this room?
But also, I wondered if the CAO could stand up and tell us right now how far we're behind on the province making us whole. She has an excellent report she sends to us councillors every month. And I'm just wondering where we stand right now with this little bit of a lack of being whole at this point.
Councillor Elgar, you're testing my memory because I just sent this out last week. I think it was about 29 million that we were short with the new changes that were made under Bill 23.
I thank you for that. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are aware of that. Mm-hmm. And if the province doesn't make up the difference, you know who's going to be making up the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much for the presentation. You've hit on all the concerns about growth not paying for growth that we've had for a long, long time and have recently, as you've seen, been made worse. Have you shared your concerns about the lack of growth paying for itself with your member of provincial parliament? And if not, would you? Because frankly, we're on the receiving end of those rules and we have to play by them.
Okay,
and
that's
if
fair.
we're underwater on them, we don't have a choice. We have to deal with it. We would like to make the growth pay for itself, but we're unable. The only way to change that is by the province changing it, and despite us asking, we're still not being made whole, as you've noted.
Well, let's put it this way, Councillor Adams. I'll try, but I have spoken before on other topics, and I wasn't listened to particularly well.
Well, all we can all try is try again, right?
Yep, fair enough.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Snidel, I could recommend that all of our RAs write to their MPPs requesting action to make the Premier's promise to make us whole and make him keep his promise. I mean, it's not like, it's not that we've been asking. They promised to make us whole and have not done it. It would be nice if the RA organizations, every one of them, would communicate with their MPPs. We have two MPPs, Effie Triantafopoulos and Stephen Crawford. And I know they work hard for the community, and I know they, I'm pretty sure they won't ignore you. And at any rate, it's good to remind them. On the matter of the 83% achievement of the target, the documented evidence is that we overachieved our target by about 11%. We have sent that information, that evidence, to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, which is the one that reports our performance incorrectly, requesting them to correct their mistake, and they have declined to correct their mistake.
Is that CMHC, just to clarify?
That is.
Yeah,
And,
okay.
If the RAs are in a letter writing mood, they could usefully write there as well. I was encouraged when the other day the federal government changed the parliamentary budget officer estimates when they were revealed to be wrong. And so I don't think it's completely hopeless that we could have a federal government correct its errors. Certainly in this case, it means about $10 million in lost revenue to your town. So since we're concerned about being made whole, it's hard to ignore a $10 million kick in the face. So I ask for everyone's support in trying to get the federal government to correct itself.
As a taxpayer, I'll support you on that one.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
The next delegation is James Goodfellow.
Welcome, Mr. Goodfellow. I mean, Dr. Doom.
Yeah, I'm the, I don't know, anybody notice that Rick and I are accountants? Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm still trying to puzzle, Mr. Mayor, the announcement that made at the beginning of this thing and trying to figure out what that means. And so I know that that'll be a topic of conversation for going forward.
Well, sir,
yeah.
So far, I think the sentiment I've heard from many of you tonight is it's an opportunity to engage and expand. And anytime the province shows up and listens, there's a chance that they could learn something. So it's all for the good, I think.
So building on that, I think my talk tonight is going to be in two parts. One dealing with the market risk piece, and the second coming back to the issue of population estimates and that. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to try and do the first part in 6 minutes. So we can, and then the last part in 4 minutes. So you can help me by keeping me on track here. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yeah, and so the first part on market risk, and a number of you talked about the issue, and you're looking at the obvious market risks that we're talking about is, housing starts are off. Why are they off? Well, they're because of, you know, the condos are still, a number of condos are still being built because of the pre-sales that were made when interest rates were low. Interest rates are high, construction costs are high, and labor availability is tough. And all of that coming, guess what? Over the next 30 years, that'll be solved, okay? And the new set of problems are going to arise. And we're going to have interest rates are going to go up and go down, and we're going to have those things over the period of time. I would like to talk to you about something I think that's occurring now that has a significant impact, which is actually going to be more enduring, and it's the changing workforce, and particularly the changing workforce in the knowledge work, and in the, which is the core part of what Toronto is all about in terms of head offices, financial sector, consulting, law firms, and all of that kind of stuff. So that's the thing I'd like to talk to you about. We'll try and do that in the 6 minutes and come back to it. So what do I mean by the changing knowledge work? Okay, next slide, please. So there's the old paradigm on the left. That's me, okay? I worked in Toronto for 30 years. You know, I had my team, it met in person. I had remote people working remote, but they were largely geographic or on international assignments, that kind of thing. If you were in Canada and you were on my team, guess what? I got you moved into Toronto and you were in the job 9 to 5, 5 days a week, okay? And I commuted to either there or to the airport. but that was that. Now, my son Michael works in Toronto, okay? This is his world, okay? Same amount. Now, guess what's happened? Now, he has remote people. Now there's not just remote people that are geographic, but remote people that are actually working remote, okay? He has people in person, but he has a whole whack of hybrid people, which are working there 3 days a week or 2 days a week or something like that. So the work is shifting, okay? And it's a much different world. I don't understand his world. I understood my world, but that's what's going on. And that's going to intensify over the next 35 years. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. This is, and I look at 3 things: impact on commercial real estate, impact on commuters, and impact on downtown retail. So quickly on that. There's a little graph showing the financial sector, and by the way, very good article, Lost in Space, in the Globe and Mail, looked at 47 of the downtown towers and did a really good analysis of that, so I encourage you to read that. What they said is Toronto is one of the few Canadian cities where office vacancies are still on the rise. Look at the graph. They're still going up, kind of thing. The percentage of space available to lease in the financial district was 17% as of last April, and higher in the city as well in the rest of the country, okay? Why? It's that shifting workplace. It's the shifting of the people working, you know, only coming downtown 3 days a week or working entirely. What's enabled it? It's easy to say, oh, it's the cause of the pandemic, it'll come back. No. The technology is driving this piece, enabling this, and we'll come back on that. So it's easy to jump on the pandemic thing, but look at those graphs. Look at those graphs. Okay, the next thing is, next slide, please. This is a chart from Lost in Space. It's looking at utilization rates, people utilization rates, and you see steady graph down, blip at the pandemic. Same thing. Okay, impact on commuters. Next slide, please. Okay, now this is Metrolinx. Okay. Pre-pandemic, these folks generated, what is it, $570 million in revenue, okay? Pandemic went down to 55, wow, okay? Has it come back? Well, it's come back to 120, and last year, they thought it would come back to 460, but it only came back to 308. Something's going on. People are not riding as much, okay? Okay, and by the way, just so you know, it costs the taxpayer it costs to run this operation about $1.5 billion. That last year generated what, 300 million. So as you look at transit, as you know, big ticket item. Okay, that's the metrics. So Let's now look at downtown retail. Again, back to that article in the Globe. They said return to downtown traffic has stalled, 60% of occupancy. A peak day is Wednesday at 70%. And if you walk downtown, you walk to a lot of dead stores. So, okay, next slide, please, because I'm running into time troubles. Okay, okay, here's Metrolinx. Okay, so you got this issue, this shift in the workplace isn't going back, because the technology enables the hybrid work, enables the remote work. It makes sense to the employees. It makes sense to the employers. It'll be shifting, and so what's wrong with that picture? Well, the whole transportation system was designed to bring people into the hub to work downtown, okay, and then bring them back again. That's what I did for 30 years. Okay? Now, as the article says, what people are doing downtown is different. It used to be live, work, and play. Now it's live and play. The work can be done elsewhere. Okay? So the work is now distributed. Now you've got a distributed work environment. Okay? And that has a huge impact on that downtown core. And actually, the network's not really designed to support a distributed work environment. And what does it mean for one of the hubs there, like Oakville, which has the second highest, busiest GO station in the network? So these are like huge issues, and Mr. Mayor, that's going to be part of that that little assignment that's coming up here. Is going to have to start coming to grips with these. And so that's good news. It's going to be hard work, but it's going to be good news. So there's a bunch of issues here. The let me go to my last slide on this, which is, this is just you're doing your housing needs analysis. Try and work this into the housing needs, because I think this is a big impact on what the housing needs analysis should be. And here's my last slide. Go Oilers! Now, the reason it's Go Oilers is on the left side, you know that famous saying, skate to where the puck is going to be, not where the puck has been, okay, which is actually attributed to Wayne's father and not Wayne. But anyway, there's the Oilers, okay? And the punchline here, so go here. Fully support your decision that you've been having, as you say. This is a great opportunity, but you got to factor in these kind of change into your thinking. The housing crisis is real, but building tall residential towers in existing transit hubs, with 2/3 of them being one-bedroom units, designed to supply people to go to the downtown core to work, looks to me like that's where the puck has been, and not where you want the puck to be. And that's a big problem. So so I've now successfully run out of time. I did have some stuff on the joint best planning estimates and that, and I'll leave it to your discretion as to what you would like me to do.
Well, I wonder if you could share it with us. I'm not sure that there's, what have you got on the joint best planning estimate?
Okay, can you give me 3 minutes?
I just did.
You're an easy mark there. Okay, let's go. Next slide, observation. Let me say, we have been struggling, Councillor Dudick, with the same issues. We didn't understand these JPBEs or the ROPAs. It took us 10 weeks to figure out the acronyms and then the substance. And so we've read the reports, we've listened to the videos of that was done in the presentation at council. We've had a meeting. So this is a distillation of what we've done. So here's what we've had. It's a new process. It's come in because the province bailed And so we have a lot of empathy for the staff and the work that they've gone through. Okay, we've debated as whether it's a target or not, but now it seems to move beyond a target. It's like an allocation, a commitment. So that if you don't meet this, we're going to take the people and put them over there. Yeah, so I'm not sure what it is right now. It's an estimation method. The estimation methodology is not clear, but seems very highly judgmental. Okay, and one of the things that became clear in both in our meeting and in the notes that management's prepared is that there's a significant, the management's very concerned to avoid underestimating the growth. Okay, so if you're very concerned about the underestimation error, that means you're willing to accept the overestimation error because it's the other side of the coin. Okay, and the data that's collected includes the applications that are in the system. So the data you're looking at, and the assumption is that the district applications have been approved. You've approved them. So, and this may be very appropriate for planning infrastructure. And it was interesting in the cost part that the infrastructure that you said when you know, for going from 50,000 down to 35 didn't change. Okay, well, that may be appropriate for that. But the question that we had was, is this reasonable? So, Mayor, this is what we tried to address. How can it assess whether it's reasonable?
That question/issue will be added to the staff list.
Sure. Okay. So here's your starting point. So so we're just residents. Now, we don't have any data. So we took the census data. Next slide, please. Here's the census data for the past 30 years. Okay. Every 5 years, put it on a graph. Now look at the graph. Pretty consistent. Pretty consistent. The growth, and remember, there's been a financial crisis, a dot-com crisis, there have been growing busts, there's all sorts of stuff that's gone on in that, and the population graph. So we drew the trend line, didn't draw it, used Excel, pressed the button, and did the regression, and then predicted what it would be. We also then said, well, maybe things are a little changing. So we then took the Watson data for the past 5 years that were in the last year's annual report. Next slide, please. So there's the Watson data. That's the annual data. And we plotted that. And you see the only item that's off the line is the pandemic. Okay? Calculated the regression line. And then we made just calculated, then says what would those two lines predict in 2051? That's the next slide. And you can see the 30-year line predicted 325 million. The 5-year line, which was steeper, predicts 377 million. And our ROPA number is right in the middle. So it kind of looks reasonable. Now remember, this is just a reasonableness. This is just better than a back of the envelope, but just a reasonable test. What looks to be the outlier is the JPBE. And again, maybe for very valid and different purposes. But you got to be careful when you're using this, because I think the discussion here is about, how are we going to allocate the 15 million? Well, you might be actually talking about allocating the overestimation error. So that's all available. You got the numbers. Do your own. You can probably do much better analysis than we've done, but that was to sort of say, here's our assessment of the process. Our little reasonableness test is whether it's reasonable enough. Very comfortable, as Doug said, with the provincial target. And the outlier, which we just probably don't still understand, is the 442.
Mr. Goodfellow, I'm glad I gave you the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, I have one final thing. This is an official copy of our presentation for Councillor Elder. I'll leave it right there. Okay.
Don't run away. There are still questions and compliments, I'm sure. Councillor Giddings, Councillor Longo, Councillor Hazathiel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Alan, could you copy that and email it to us? Always enjoy when the accountants come out. I forget whether you're Mr. Doom or Gloom, but
we're actually interchangeable.
well, I've always thought of you as a good fellow, so. Tough crowd. I appreciated your numbers on the folks traveling by train downtown and the ones that are hoteling and the ones that are working from home and from wherever. So would your sense be that the employment numbers for Midtown has the highest reasonable error factor built into that?
Yeah, I think, I think this mix of employment and residential is going to get all blurred. I'm not sure how utility will be, and I think the utility here is within Midtown, how many people are working there that don't live there?
Great point. And for those that may be working from home, can we work with our friends in Ottawa and by LDU track those claiming office expenses, working from home, or whatever that method may be, to come up with a number? Because my fear is that those commercial spaces, there'll be pressure to perhaps convert those to further residence.
Oh, there's going to be, look what's happened in New York. The mayor in New York was it started out after the pandemic, we're bringing the people back. Everybody's going to come back, kind of thing. And lately it's, we now have a big, project to reconfigure the buildings, the blank space, into residential. Because guess what? People aren't coming back.
So we should probably save that step of building them so they don't have to be.
And there's a good study by McKinsey that looked at major cities all around the world, didn't include any in Canada. And this is like a global trend. And when you think of it, it just makes sense. I mean, what do I resent about my career? I spent a lot of time on a bloody GO train, that was absolutely wasted part of my life.
I hear you.
And,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Goodfellow, I do prefer your name to the nickname of Dr. Doom, but to build on what Councillor Giddings was saying, I think I had an aha moment when you mentioned about kind of what Midtown could be, which is the bedroom community to Toronto, which is kind of looking at this kind of almost in the past, right? You mentioned where the puck was. So what's your best advice on how to design Midtown to allow for that trend, to kind of anticipate the next trends? Because I can tell people that I know that are in the facilities management space, the downtown core is becoming empty, and they're trying to entice people to come back. And I took the GO train for 8 years working downtown in the hospitals, and during COVID, moved to a place that was 15 minutes away by car, and my life changed because I went from 3 hours of commuting to 20 minutes. So how do you feel that kind of designing Midtown, because you in the past have also talked about retail.
Sure.
So how do you incentivize people to not only live there, work, play, whatever? So what's your best advice kind of going forward?
Well, I think we have to really look at what's a really attractive destination for Midtown that would be for people who are going to be working in a hybrid world. And they're going to want to have the retail, the rest, all of that. But it has to be a collective kind of experience and creating that destination. And that's where the excitement. So one of the slides here for staff, great challenge, fantastic opportunity to actually take this stuff and create and come back. And let's create something that is truly exciting here. And the message, Jane, is carpe diem, seize the day. Yeah.
Councillor Longo?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I think if we could add to the list, actually, kind of how do we if the McKinsey had a study, is there a way of somehow tapping into that to see as part of, how can we kind of build that into, as we design this, anticipate?
Yeah. And part of the thing, just, is that, remember back in the project, we had, way back in September or something, we had, one of the sessions was the vision statement. Yeah, okay, remember that? Can anybody remember that vision statement? That's what I think you want to create. You want to, what is a really compelling vision statement that we're going to try and create here in Midtown? And it has to be built around, the destination center, the attractive, the retail piece, that people are going to be working in a hybrid world. There'll be people who will be working in retail who won't live in Midtown, but there will be a lot of people. And for when they're not working, how do you make that work experience? And, that comes back to the one-bedroom condo. Sitting on the can and being able to reach the fridge while you're sitting, and doing work is not conducive to a hybrid work environment. I probably got off the decorum track, right?
Okay, I start to regret the 3 minutes.
Maybe you want Dr. Gloom to come back.
No, let's see if Councillor Longo is.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Done provoking you. Councillor Haslet-Deal and then Councillor Elgar, and then when they're done, I'll have a question for you.
I particularly appreciated that you got that extra 3 minutes, because I think showing that comparator and the detailed analysis that you always contribute, it just, I hope it was an aha for some folks. And that this last conversation, the size of the units and the destination, and whatever the vision, statement is, I think JRAM has a great vision statement when they talk about sustainable, environmentally friendly, livable. Really, if we deliver that, then the folks who are hybrid workers, well, that's their raison d'etre. They love all that.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that's come out in the conversation. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Councillor Elgar.
Thank you, through Mayor Burton. Thank you for coming out. Always entertaining when you're here. But I think you missed your calling in life. You should have been a planner, because because you skate to where the puck is going. But the province is not quite with you yet, but they have moved a little bit on the new planning statement coming out, provincial planning statements coming out hopefully in the next couple of weeks. They state that specifically includes the development and redevelopment of underutilized commercial and institutional sites such as shopping malls and plazas, that we got to do better. And so they're not, I'm sure they're not quite there yet, but maybe if they watch the presentation here tonight, they will quickly add something else. So
yeah,
thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, they're not there. And remember the word, the paradigm shift. When you're in a paradigm shift, it's a fundamental, fundamental thinking everybody buys into, and they don't really think about it. And Toronto, all the cities are different, but Toronto has a unique problem, and based upon its has been it's built around the corporate headquarters, the financial center, all of this kind of thing. And that hub and spoke chart, the way Metrolinx was done, that work is going to get distributed. And it's going to come more. I mean, we didn't even talk about AI, but generative AI is going to really impact that knowledge work. And so that'll be distributed. And we'll have to deal with that. In the McKinsey study, they found a very big difference between Paris and New York and San Francisco in the studies, and a lot of them related to the intensity around the knowledge work. And Paris is not being as impacted as much because it seems to have a much more distributed work environment. So this whole changing nature of work and the impact of technology is huge. And so have I successfully avoided your question, Mr. Mayor?
No, but thank you very much for the time you've given us. Councillor Elgar, did you have any more? Could we go to your slides, one of your last slides, the table,
Yep.
Truing up your this one. Thank you. So let's just, let's go back one and look at the census. So we have, this is a series of census numbers.
No, this is Watson, okay? This is your,
Okay.
the annual, and I don't know whether that's an estimate or what it is.
I imagine that it's an interpolation from housing starts and assumptions about occupancy. But, so we have two charts. This one is population.
Right.
The next one is population.
Right.
The interval is 5 years in the one and 1 year in the other.
Correct.
If we go to the next slide.
Yep.
We're comparing the 30-year trend on population at 2051 as 325,511 population, correct?
Correct.
The provincial target of 349,990 is people and jobs at a
I think
ratio.
that's just people.
It'll be better if you let me finish.
Oh.
It's 349,990, but that's a combination of people and jobs. And the ratio is prescribed as 65% people. So the same is true. So let's just look at the provincial target for now. If you take the jobs out of the 349,990, I believe you'll get 227,000. And I believe the conclusion is that the provincial target is less than the projection that you gave us for 30 years on population.
Can we just clarify whether that is people or people and jobs? Because I thought it was people.
It's people and jobs for a certainty. And, but if you won't believe me, we'll turn to the planning director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 6 of the staff report, there is a chart in there, Table 2, which provides a bit of the history to how we went from the 2021 population, how the LNA had fed in, as well as then ROPA 49 and the numbers which came from the province. So the province, through the exercise of ROPA 49, provided both population and jobs in the 2051, and the jobs component was 181,000 jobs, and the population was at 350,000. So combined, it was, oh, my math is much slower.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
520,000.
completely mixed this up. So I beg your pardon. And I'm grateful for the explanation. Sorry.
No problem. No problem.
You're very kind.
You owe me a coffee.
If only that was all my other mistakes cost me. Yes, thank you. Maybe it's the lateness of the hour. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Alicia Bedford from the Oakville Community Association.
Ms. Bedford, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor Burton, residents of Oakville. Hi, my name is Alicia Bedford. I'm the director of the Oakville Community Association in Oakville here. And I'm here to provide comments on the staff report from last May, and it's regarding the Midtown Oakville considerations. But first, I'd like to thank our OCA Board of Directors, especially President Michael Reed, and the Vice President Terry Branch and Director Robert Careless for assisting me in preparing this presentation. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. Was the Midtown planning and proposed OPA being worked on under false pretenses due to confusion on the projected population of Oakville in 2051? Should the projected number be 350,000 or 440,000 by 2051? It seems like the only individual or group who refers to the number as 444,000, based on our review of Midtown-related reports, consultant reports, staff reports, are from the town consultants. That is confusing for sure. There are 3 important questions. Did council vote on the more than 10% increase? No, and that's the answer, unfortunately. We would like you to vote on these things. Why did the town consultants use a higher population number? Who advised them to use this number? We're unsure of the answer, but I do hope council and staff find the answer for us. Thank you. Did the consultants simply decide on the 440,000 number? And this is what led them to being pushed to suggesting using the tall towers and unrealistic density? Maybe. We're not sure. The staff report in our, next slide please. The staff report, in our opinion, is written in a negative tone, and the tone reflects that the author does not actually believe in what has been written. This slide includes what the report indicates as the key facts. But we would offer that a comment about having a cap at Midtown of 35,000 residents versus the original 50,000 that was proposed and jobs would require shifting approximately 15,500 estimated residents and jobs to other locations. It sounds like it could be, if you don't get it your way, then your neighborhood is next, everyone. The report appears to have very little substance and does not reflect any commitment to change, which we submit change was what members of council were looking for. Next slide, please. What happened to commenting on the good, such as what the residents here have said and how this new concept has a better chance of not ruining the town of Oakville and the fabric of our town? Next slide, please. We suggest that Midtown has become a place which attracts residents and businesses. That's what we want. We do not see this from the prior work done on Midtown, nor from the current staff report, unfortunately. Next slide, please. We suggest that the parcel of land for Midtown is unsuitable for large-scale development. It's unsuitable for high-density development because it is encumbered by the location of the Ford plant to the north and the proximity of the QE and the GO train. We questioned the LRT on Trafalgar Road as there has been no economic feasibility study done to support this investment by the town. Finally, this area has huge requirements for infrastructure costs, which should be built prior to any development. We have not seen that this will happen. Next slide, please. By now, members of council, staff, and the consultants know how the public feels about tall towers. Appendix B to the staff report includes this map, which seems to reflect 20-story buildings in the Trafalgar Road precinct as compared to 48 stories in the proposed OPA. The question we have, is this an indication of 20 stories? Is it real or is it not? The comment about this map that states these figures do not represent height or density schedules for Midtown, that's concerning. Next slide, please. Just a quick comment on these cases that the Land Tribunal has determined in the decisions. That optimization, which would be for the residents, over maximization with profits for the builders is trending. We feel we must be considered this pertaining to any Midtown concept. Thank you. Next slide. We mentioned previously that the word may of the proposed OPA should be changed to the word shall to require the developers to actually include affordable units included in their developments. We do not see anywhere in the staff report where this word change was mentioned. Next slide, please. Oakville Trafalgar Hospital was opened 9 years ago and is now operating at full capacity, and unfortunately only has a Google rating of 2.9. That is sad. How is the hospital going to handle all of the additional residents with the current areas being developed and the additional residents at Midtown? At this moment in time, emergency facilities are fully stretched with an average wait time for patients between 4 and 12 hours. The bed capacity is already under severe pressure, with many surgical patients being asked to vacate their bed before they have properly recovered from surgery. That definitely has to be addressed. Next slide, please. The pandemic taught us that people may not want to live in high-rise buildings, as most are looking for space. 35,000 residents are being told that they're going to be crammed into an area of 34 hectares of developable land. That is less than 0.5% of Oakville land used for 16% of the population. One has to wonder why everyone wants to cram so many people in such a small little area of Oakville. Next slide, please. The cost of infrastructure has been brought up many times, and we now see the staff report indicates the total cost for hard and soft infrastructure is estimated to be $770 million, which costs are proposed to be shared by the town, region, province, and development proponents. Oakville's share of that will be an estimated $450 million. That would include 3.7% tax, or taxes supported, which is $16 million, 82% of development charges, and 14% of other government funding, which is over $64 million, which is a large sum. So we suggest that more particulars are needed, as Oakville does not want to be left holding the bag. There are so many unanswered questions, such as how much is the province contributing? Have they agreed to pay anything? And is there a contract in place for this funding? As indicated, the staff report indicates the development charges will cover 82% of the $450 million. Do the changes in development charges in Bill 23, i.e. reductions, impact this expected funding? Next slide, please. Large issues, real headaches like traffic, parking, public transit. The staff report, in our opinion, did not come up with anything new or creative to address these issues. We have attempted to list the main points not addressed in the staff report, and they are as follows. Many future jobs will continue to require the use of cars. Where will future economic development be located in the next 10 to 30 years? 2, is it unrealistic to think that people will walk or bike to work? Number 3, the report states that the reduction in population and jobs will not result in substantial differences in congestion levels. 4, public transit needs to be supported by economic development. What economic areas are proposed for Trafalgar Road? Number 5, no minimum parking rate policies are proposed in the draft OPA, Bill 185. And last, parking shortages definitely cause neighborhood conflicts. Next slide, please. It is important to note Mayor Burton's comment to the Standing Committee on Justice Policy on March the 19th in 2013. Air quality was of particular concern in our area because the province has already identified our airshed as a vulnerable overtaxed airshed. Where are we all going to live, all crammed in this one little area? What kind of airshed are we going to have? It's going to be undoable, absolutely. These increases in the carbon footprint will have a negative impact on the Oakville-Clarkson airshed. It's contradictory to the town's declared climate emergency. And the air quality issues caused by Midtown will impact significantly the Oakville-Clarkson airshed. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. It's really, is it, time's up already? Wow, that was quick. Okay, well, I would like to say that a few other things I'd like to just say quickly. We recommend the following. We'd like to resolve the confusion over our population numbers, the peer review to be undertaken to review the work on the planning department to be done by town consultants, Council should prioritize or continue to prioritize sustainable development that aligns with the community's needs and values. And as well as Council should consider alternative development plans for the Midtown land parcel are more compatible with the existing infrastructure constraints. As well, efforts should be focused on optimizing the usage of available land while minimizing the need for extensive, costly infrastructure modifications. Just two more: to review the lessons learned from past successful and failed developments regarding parking and traffic issues, as well as let's create a place that all Oakville residents can be proud of. We encourage members of council to vote no to receiving this staff report because we submit it does not adequately address council's concerns outlined in your last meeting. There are too many important questions that remain unanswered. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bedford, for bringing us your information. Could I have a copy of your presentation?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Terry Branch, also from the Oakville Community Association.
Mr. Branch, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
It's a long night. Good evening, Mayor Burton and the councillors and attendees. I would like to thank Councillor for the opportunity to share the Oakville Community Association OCA perspective on the May 21st, 2024 report from Community Development Commission. I'm Terry Branch from OCA, supporting a plan that is best for Midtown. I had hoped to report tonight that we receive value for the $350,000 approved for additional consultancy on Midtown concepts. However, I'm disappointed to say that we are not satisfied with the report. I will briefly explain why within the 10 minutes time constraint. Before discussing the missed opportunities in the report, I want to reiterate a key point made in my May presentation to the Town Council is Oakville is not turning a blind eye to housing crisis or development. However, we do object to consultants and developers who are dismissive, political tactics that are coercive, and the construction of tall towers without adequate infrastructure planning. Also, I want to take this opportunity to mention that I find the recent global news coverage regarding Oakville and housing lacked balance and omitted key facts. The Minister of Housing criticized Oakville's Town Council unfairly when he stated that the federal funding was denied due to Oakville resistance to high-density housing. Such biased reporting divides our community and country. Bill 23 is ineffective, and concerns are rising now about Bill 185. Oakville has better alternatives in line with provincial objectives. Coercive tactics must be avoided. We urge the federal government to collaborate with Oakville for a balanced housing strategy. Let's now turn our attention to the concerns of the May 21st report. Mayor Burton on April 21st requested 5 needs that Oakville wanted town staff to address, which would incorporate alternatives and residents' inputs for a new direction for Midtown that would support council's informed decision on the OPA. Unfortunately, there are several issues, but I will highlight only a few. I will summarize first the requests from council to staff as we understood it, and then comment briefly on what staff delivered. The first request from council was staff shall present a report to council outlining the available land for development in each growth node in Oakville. This information will be used by council to plan the distribution of population in the next 30 years while meeting the provincial population targets. That's quite clear. The staff provided a map and a table in Appendix A showing 6 growth nodes, including Midtown, but they did not explain clearly how these areas will impact the population distribution over the next 30 years, as requested by Town Council. The information provided was insufficient, as it did not include details of classification such as commercial, open spaces, transportation, education, and emergency services. Simply listing residents is not enough for the council to make a well-informed decision. The second request from council. Staff must create a new plan for Midtown with a population of 35,000 and jobs. The plan should include a land use schedule with FSI and maximum building heights for each precinct. The staff did not introduce a fresh concept for Midtown, opting to recycle the idea from March. However, on the first page of the Appendix B, it stated this appendix should be reviewed in conjunction with the details in the staff report titled Midtown Oakville Consideration dated May 23rd, 2024. This statement requires clarification. Moreover, essential specifics like FSI for each precinct and maximum building heights requested by council were omitted. The third request from council. Staff shall provide a report on how they can incorporate 10 needs in the OPA. I will not list the 10 needs, but I will comment on observations from the report. The report stated there are no recommendations for inclusionary zoning and community permit planning until completion of housing needs assessment. 2, staff report on sustainability construction, lacking specifics provisions for green development standards. Staff on buildings separation distance enabled tall towers in Midtown. Here's a recommendation. Revise town separation distances to limit tall tower construction. There's a lack of specificity in addressing parking and traffic congestion issues. Need for detailed analysis on infrastructure financing and cost-sharing mechanisms. Suggestions needed for more concrete strategies to reduce carbon footprint and improve equality. Discussion on early inclusion of daily living essential without specific implementation plans. Inclusion of irrelevant information in the staff report detracting from key needs outlined by the Town Council. Lack of detailed phasing plan for local park and active transportation master plan requires further work. And need recommendation for OPA regarding transportation issues. The fourth and the fifth requests from council. Staff shall submit a report on effects of Bill 185 on a revised midterm official plan amendment, including a transportation mobility report analyzing reduced population impacts on the traffic and outlining infrastructure phasing, as well as a financial report estimating infrastructure costs and stakeholders' contribution. The staff did not meet the requirements set by the Town Council, as they only provide a high-level technical assessment transportation impacts for 2 proposed concepts for Midtown without giving a detailed transportation mobility report or a financial report. The information they provided could give a broad understanding of the transportation impacts, but lacked detailed analysis and actionable items, actionable recommendations, sorry. The report does not clearly differentiate between the concepts or provide guidance for making informed decision on amending the OPA. Staff still have some work to do to assist the town council making informed decision on the OPA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Branch, for the care you took to bring that. May I have a copy of your presentation?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very kindly. I think 10:30 is the witching hour, right? Madam Clerk, would you call the next registered delegation?
Yes, the next delegation is Tom Dugard.
Mr. Dugard, council looks forward to hearing from you. Welcome.
Good evening, or good morning, whichever. I'm not going to do much of a presentation because everybody before me has said everything I had written down, with one exception. And it's a little ticklish because it goes against a lot of what's going on. But the growth node approach used to determine where growth will occur, as outlined in Table 1, is, in my opinion, the wrong approach to accommodating the mandated growth of our town. We already have 7 growth nodes, 7 wards. These fictional growth nodes in Table 1 represent only 699 gross hectares, whereas Oakville has 13,800 gross hectares. The net hectares in Table 1 are 56.9% of the total. Using this ratio, which I understand is not totally applicable, would mean we have 7,582 net hectares. Why restrict the growth to 699? I do not have, nor could I find, the gross hectares by ward to further this discussion, but I'm sure they're available somewhere. I am sure that some wards are completely built out and they would be exempt from future growth. But if we don't have this information, how can we decide which wards grow and which do not, regardless of the growth node approach? To my untrained eye, these growth nodes make no sense and create discord among the residents and councilors when asking Ward 3 to absorb 1,174 persons per net hectare in Midtown. While many of the residents in Ward 3 are against a massive number of folks to be jammed into the 43-hectare Midtown, we are also sympathetic to those wards that are already at or close to their maximum density. We are not in favor of dumping our fair share of the mandated growth onto the other wards, only sharing equitably. We need to allocate the mandated population first by ward, then look at growth nodes within those wards which need to increase their density. In my opinion, that would be the fair way to distribute the mandated population growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dugard, for the information.
Thank you.
Councillor Thiel has a question for you, sir.
Tom, I just wanted to say thanks for staying quite late, and thanks for adding a different perspective. We always welcome it.
Now I'm off to bed.
Good morning.
All right, Madam Clerk, are there any other? Call the next
Our
delegation.
next delegation is Bernard Kroon.
Welcome, sir. Council looks forward to your information.
Not quite sure how this works, but
I beg your pardon?
speak directly, but Where do I put this, this slide? Oh, sorry, yeah. It's big, Lantas. I should have seen that.
So we're looking for the overhead camera if there's anyone watching in the tech room.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for staying late and listening to me. I'm a Canadian immigrant who passed the immigration requirements in 1989 and bought a house, my first house in Canada, here in Oakville. That's a long time ago. The last time I stood here was to speak in respect of Mayor Merton's successful project to stop the Oakville gas plant. Just imagine that we would not have been successful under your leadership, Mayor. We would now be having in our midst a gas plant that we don't need, that was built in Oakville, had it been built, to export electricity to New York, because local regulations in New York prohibited that. Just like Midtown, let's be very careful when people from outside Oakville who don't give, I know the Dutch word, but I'm not sure what the political correct English word is, but it starts with a D, I think, who don't really care about Oakville. They just care about themselves, their own career, their own benefits, and they move on. Fortunately, that didn't happen with the gas plant, and hopefully it won't happen with, where's my slide? It won't be happening with Midtown. I call those people vandals. Vandals are people who don't give a hoot about what happens to us. It's their benefit that counts. So my first point now is to thank you, councillors, to have, as a majority, voted in favor of this change of direction and asking town staff to revise the plan for the benefit of all of Oakville. I think a good plan in Oakville can only succeed if it is indeed for all of Oakville. So I hope that it will lead to a plan that you unanimously can approve. Having said that, more work for town staff. I sympathize with town staff who have done a lot of work. I'm not clear who ever gave the instruction to make a plan for a density comparable to, what was it, Manhattan in Oakville. I even disagree with some of the earlier discussions who have very nice pictures and comparisons, but they compare Oakville to Barcelona, a city I'm somewhat familiar with, Amsterdam, a city that I'm very familiar with, but those are cities. I didn't live in Amsterdam. I lived in the Oakville of Amsterdam. I'm not sure that I really would applaud if Oakville starts to migrate to become Amsterdam. So town staff has a lot of work and even more work to come. I read on page 10 that town staff have issued a request for proposals for the housing needs assessment. That puzzled me. They expect to begin research and consultation starting in July 2024. Until such time as the housing needs assessment is completed, staff are unable to develop the policies that are required for the official plan. What have we been doing for the last year? What happened to lead to the original plan if they didn't even have the housing needs assessment? It leads me, funny for a Dutchman, to go back and say, what is something that happened a long time ago and it is still valid? I quote Guy de Gezel, a Belgian of all people, but he came up with a statement that I will only read in English. Think before you start, and after starting, keep on thinking. That was what the town plan, with all respect, made me think of. Let's think together, and maybe there is a benefit. Maybe as I'm trying to now get used to North America and forget about what I remember from Holland and Belgium, maybe Oakville needs a whistleblower process. That's a very interesting term in North America. It happens with little companies like Boeing. It happens with a whole bunch of different parties. But how can you, council, stay in your job and doing it effectively if you don't have the information to know what town staff is working on? How can you avoid the waste? Waste, by the way, that I take particular interest in because it eventually is paid for by our tax dollars. Let me talk a little bit about NIMBYism versus vandals. I already described who I consider to be vandals, people who come here, pursue their own interest, whether it's money or status or whatever it is, and then leave Oakville for what they haven't destroyed. We are living here not to hold other people out, but to maintain the character of Oakville as the city that we like, that we love, and that we would like to preserve. So let's think together. I heard from you, from one of you, in the last 10 days or so, that in developments, the cost of the development is not necessarily borne by the developer. And I thought, wait a minute, maybe it's time for another Rob Burton special. We had a special bylaw in Oakville about small particles. Maybe we should have a special bylaw that says there is no residential development, or for that matter, any development, if the developer doesn't pay all the cost. I understand from the current plan that this building is not going to be here too much longer. Oakville residents don't need a new city hall, but yeah, if you need infrastructure because of midtown developments, and this needs to be knocked down, somebody has to pay for it. Why should that be the Oakville residents? Why would you like to go the next time to the poll and say, re-elect me as councillor of Oakville? I proudly support the Oakville property tax increases so that property developers in Midtown can retire early. Why should we, with all the numbers that float around, leave so much money on the table because developers think that they can speculate and, you know what, let's pay something more for that piece of property because eventually I can build an even higher tower. And then when we push back, they say, but wait a minute, now I can't build a tower anymore because this is my cost base and that's, I was in this business in a previous life, and one of my clients was actually one of those parties. He said that his father bought the land between Dundas and Midtown, between Dundas and Upper Middle, for the same price per acre that he could sell it per front foot. Great. He built a great company, he donated something to the Oakville Hospital, and everybody was smiling. But is that really what we in Oakville today need to do? Do we need to make the people who bought the old GE land rich because they have speculated and another of my contacts, who was actually in this business now, declined to take part in the GE lands. He actually happened to be Dutch. He looked at it, he had the same instinct that I have and said, no, that's too rich for me. You can never, unless Oakville Council approves such high buildings, you can never make money on that. He declined it. But that's our opposition. That's the vandal who's from out of town and tries to get us to do things quickly, preferably, because if you do something quickly, you can't think that much. I would say, let's think together. What is it that we in Oakville really need? Self-funded, I believe, is a term that I use to say what is the net present value of a development. And if the project developer can't do it, then go home. We don't have time for you. We cannot, as taxpayers in Oakville, make you rich by paying more money. So let's think together. Let's not get that pushed. Let's make sure that we all pay our share, and certainly for residential needs that, as Councillor Nanda mentioned so clearly, she knows in her ward requirements of current residents, and she looks around and says, but none of the people in your ward would ever be able to consider a midtown as it is currently designed. And you're right. Why should they then pay taxes in your ward to have something built that is of no interest to them? My time is up, so I'll leave it at this. I could
Mr. Kroon.
keep talking for an hour, but I will spare you
Well,
that.
you're going to be talking for a few more minutes anyway, because Councillor Adams has something for you.
Thanks very much. You've touched on the cost of growth issues significantly in your presentation, and I thank you for that. Do you understand the Development Charge Act system and the methods by which the province lets municipalities charge developers for the cost of growth?
As a matter of fact, I do not.
Okay.
I have not made a study of it. The next best thing that I could do, because I only got motivated to speak here less than a week ago, I traveled to Ottawa, where I have some family who are actually developers. And I said, now tell me, what is the worst that can happen? I said, because this is what I heard from one of the councillors in Oakville. I always pay everything. I pay for all the infrastructure. In case you're...
So it's not true?
No, he may actually be listening at the moment.
Okay.
But that's the only quote-unquote research that I did. I spoke to a family member who is a developer, is building houses all around Ottawa.
Okay, so there's no way that they're paying the full cost of growth there either, because they fall under the same rules that we do, and we are not allowed to make them pay for the full cost of growth because of the provincial rules. And so I would urge you to, as I said to the other delegate who asked about the cost of financing all of this, if you would write to your member of provincial parliament to ask them to change the rules to let us charge for the full cost of growth, especially for the residential piece, because otherwise we as local property taxpayers end up footing the bill for housing that we don't specifically benefit from.
I may need a little bit more one-on-one conversation to make sure that my message has a chance of hit target. But as I said earlier, it may be time for another Rob Burton special. He found a way that we could have a rule in Oakville. I think about it, Rob, as the small particles bylaw. And that was at a time that we were all standing here like this. How can we possibly...
Many of us have been with you on this particular issue for a number of years.
Let's try to do it. Okay.
This council and other councils before us have wanted that, and to date have been unsuccessful at getting the province, either this government or previous governments, to change the rules to let us do that. So,
okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kroon. You have one more councillor to occupy you. If you contact me later, I'll work with you to perfect your letter, provide you with the many resolutions that we've unanimously passed asking the province to do this. I now figure that because there wasn't an onslaught of letters saying yes, like council said, that maybe that's the step that will get us there. Councillor Hazlitt-Deal.
Okay.
Thank you very much for taking the time and always thinking through and thinking outside the box. I just want to come back around to a point that I know you shared with me, and that is that you're worried about the tax base, you're worried about making sure we protect Oakville, but a primary motivation here is that this is a bridge too far, that Midtown has a density, is projected to have a density that you find far beyond what is reasonable. Did I summarize that correctly?
Yeah, you said that correctly, and I may have gone over that looking at the clock and being time pressured. The real motivation, quote unquote, to stand here was when I combined those two lines on page 10 of the report, and I said, wait a minute, where are we going with this process? We start with a huge number that everybody knows is never going to be the final plan. And then when we finally go down to a number that becomes a little bit more reasonable, 35,000, which I still don't think, from my personal perspective, is the right number. And then I read, but wait a minute, we first need to do a housing needs assessment. How about starting with making a real housing starts? And I was further inspired by one of my predecessors here, who said, yeah, we should probably look where the puck is going, not where it is. Well, I can only say at this point in time, without having done a lot more research, you guys are all way ahead of me in that respect. I can only say, well, if you're in a hurry, drive slowly. This is not a process to be rushed, just like, you know, the gas plant 15 years ago, had that been pushed through and we came very close, we would have had a very long time to regret it. With Midtown being forced and developed without enough thought before we even start, I think we have a very long time to regret it, and it will definitely change, as it still currently stands, change the character of the Oakville that I've really enjoyed living in for the last 35 years.
Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Kroon. Council, are there any more delegations? Yes. We have more delegations, and we need a motion to go past the hour. Councillor Hazzateel, seconded by Councillor Giddings. Any objection? Oh, what a treat. No objections. That carries. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Pierre Sauvageau.
Welcome, Mr. Sauvageau. We look forward to your appearance.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat what has been said by other delegates. Some I agree, some I don't. But I thank them for coming out and sharing their thoughts and whatever else. I just want to highlight here in the map about the various growth nodes. And I think there's an opportunity to shift some of the anticipated growth in Midtown to the various nodes, as well as, for instance, one of the items here says that there's, can't you say, about the, between this Trafalgar and all the way down, that's one of the considerations will be in a future report. However, I think that needs to be done by staff now to determine whether or not it's possible that you can have the projected provincial mandated growth in other areas, especially, I'll give you an example. The various areas that was presented in regards to the various nodes. Midtown, it shows the hectares as 43. However, Bronte available is 104. So potential exists for other areas to take some of the pressure off in Midtown. I'm looking forward to the provincial, regional, and municipal transportation discussion. Specifically, I know we focus on Midtown. However, the opportunity exists to focus on Bronte as well in order to have take away some of the pressure off in Midtown, as well as the Trafalgar corridor. Now, another issue, it's going to be very brief here, is in regards to, I firmly do not believe that we need towers. It's not livable, and I love the comment where you have to look where the puck is going. Obviously, you don't need towers now. Basically, you can have low, mid-rise buildings, which previous speakers indicate that can have a population of 35,000, as well as the fact it's more environmentally friendly, more green space. So I applaud the previous delegates that said the fact that we need smaller density, also less than 35,000 projection here should be. One thing which is very important as well is the Infrastructure Ontario land, as well as the Metrolinx. I know projections indicate that Metrolinx won't get rid of their parking lot for 10 plus years, but they have a swath of land which potentially can be developed and to be placed within, put within the projections for mandated by the province. Metrolinx is a provincial body, Infrastructure Ontario as well. So the opportunity exists not to push 35,000 huge buildings within Midtown Oakville, and to ensure that we get speaking to Metrolinx, Infrastructure Ontario, the province in particular, and say, hey, what's going on here? You own so much land here. Why are we forced to dump 35,000 into such a small area? It's not right at all. I just want to thank you for staying so late, and I appreciate all the delegates which have come before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sauvageau, for your time. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Ian Crosskill.
Are there any volunteers from those of us left? Going once, going twice, I'll confine it to table. Council, do you have any more issues to add to the list? Councillor Hazathiel, you promised that you might.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I wanted to just ask if the report coming back could also establish what investment is needed in local transit, so in the town transit plan, to achieve the connectivity and the frequency that's indicated in the report as necessary to help support Midtown. If that could be broken out. I already asked about the unit count, so it being related to the unit count. And I just wanted to go back to what Councillor Elgar had stated briefly, and maybe just expand a tiny bit. It would be very helpful for the options that come back to really show height variations in the precincts, including human scale development, and that it's really a detailed visual concept with all the insights that you've heard from people tonight. And in particular, really thinking through how do you provide those neighborhood connections, but differentiate between the peaks versus the human scaled options within the OPA. And in addition, maybe speak to and show visually any other options on the road network, because you heard tonight concerns about, the width of the roads, and it's been raised before, but tonight again it comes back. Is there a better way on that road network that makes active transportation more viable? And I think you've already written down the size of the units and all of that. So thank you for that.
Councillor Elgar?
So, Mayor Burton, with all what we heard tonight and where we still want to go and we do want to plan, do we need, with what we're hearing, all the detailed concept, the visual diversity, and all the other things, and new stuff that we heard tonight also based on the presentations, like, should we just to start direct staff to advance the revised concept of the 35,000 with more details?
I don't think that would be wise.
No,
Would you like to go into camera?
well, yes, I think, yes, I guess I would, because based on what we heard, sure.
All right. I'm going to call a brief recess while I get staff to write me the appropriate motion, which I'll ask you to move. Because, oh wait, I may have the appropriate motion, or I had it anyway, from 4 o'clock. We don't have to go into recess. So it's going to be moved by Councillor Elgar and seconded by Councillor Giddings that council resolve into a closed meeting session for the purpose of litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, with respect to item 3.1, Midtown considerations. Is there any objection to this motion? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, that carries. And I'll now ask you and our technical staff to arrange the chambers for a meeting closed to the public. All right, council is back in public session, having been in a session closed to the public. Where did my resolution go? Thank you. No, that's not it. Yeah. There we go, thank you. Council resolved into a closed meeting session for the purpose of litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with respect to item 3.1, Midtown considerations. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Duddick, do you have your hand up to add an issue?
No, I just was going to move the motion.
Well, before you do, I just want to make a call among councillors. If there's any issues to be added, you know, going once, going twice. I see hands. Councillor McNeese, Councillor Elgar.
Thank you, through your worship. I would just add if we could take a comprehensive look at Burlington's OPA that's before them next week, and specifically Appendix G that looks at their MTSA growth assumptions, and just see what we can learn and potentially apply to our Midtown plan, just seeing it's our neighbor, relevant and current. As well, they're, I think, a little more advanced than we are with CPPS, so just kind of want to understand if that's what's really supporting their projections that seem a little more reasonable than ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. I think staff might already have it, just regarding the decision at the OMB or the OLT regarding Appleby GO train station, the lands around there. That decision was back in November of last year.
So you'd like added to the issues list, staff to discuss the implications, if any, of that decision.
Correct. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor, how's that deal?
I'd like staff to look at the GO stations that are relevant to in an MTSA, and in particular the Woodbine plan that is being developed.
So once again, you're looking for a report on any possible implications from that work?
How we can benefit and from it, yes.
Okay, thanks. All right. Councillor Dudek, I'd happily accept your motion to receive and to work on those issues that we've given them. And let me see if there's a seconder. Councillor Knoll, you were pretty quick there, so I'll accept that. Is there any objection to the motion by Councillor Dudek and Councillor Knoll? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, that carries. Now, I just need, I think I am back to the right agenda page now. So the motion is that the report entitled Midtown Oakville Considerations be received for information, and that staff consider the comments that were provided by council and the public and report back on the plan for Midtown, just for ultimate clarity. And now, we never went into committee of the whole, so I think now I can call for a motion and a second for consideration and reading of the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Chisholm and Councillor Shi, thank you. Any objection? That carries, and the confirmatory bylaw has been considered read and passed. And that ends the work, and we're only at 11:30. So it's only a little bit of overtime. Thank you, everybody, for your great contributions to this labor of love of ours. And it's been terrific working with you. And we are at the end of the meeting.